Good morning, good morning, good morning, chat. We are currently gapped up on the NQ from yesterday's close at 23,452. We are currently 30 points up from that. We are starting below the ES VWAP 100 MA, 200 SMA, starting above the NQ 30-minute 200 SMA, but around the VWAP on the NQ 30-minute chart. NQ futures are 0.15% up. ES is 0.1% up. Good morning, Miguel. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We have a lot of news that came out. Trump imposed a 25% tariff plus a penalty on goods from India starting August 1st. This is due to the fact that India to pay a penalty for buying from Russia. India has always bought a vast majority of their military equipment from Russia and are Russia's largest buyer of energy at a time when everyone wants Russia to stop. India will therefore be paying a tariff of 25% plus a penalty from the above, starting on August 1st. So that's very crucial. The US dollar rose versus the Indian rupee, and the S&P 500 fell a little bit in pre-market due to that. We had positive US ADP employment change. It came out at 104,000, expected to be 75,000.5. Previously, it was negative 33,000, so that's very positive. The U.S. Treasury QRA came in neutral as it was previously. It didn't change. U.S. GDP quarter-over-quarter advance came in positive at 3%, expected to be 2.6%. U.S. GDP price index came in a low negative. U.S. core PCE price advance came in at 2.5%, expected to be 2.3%. And beyond that, so very positive news besides the Trump imposing 25% tariff. Market did not like that. We'll just have to see. On the docket today, we have 4 minutes until market open. At 10 a.m. EST, U.S. penny home sale change month over month. U.S. penny home sale index as well. Also at 7 a.m., U.S. MBA mortgage applications came in negative 3.8. Previously, they were 0.8, so that's low to negative. U.S. MBA 30-year mortgage rate came in at 6.83%. Previously, it was 6.84%, so barely any movement, a low negative. At 10:30 a.m. EST, EIA crude oil inventories, that's Red Flash News. BOC press conference with Gov, Macklem, and EIA gasoline inventories, distillate inventory, crude cushioning inventories. At 1 p.m., Trump is signing a congressional bill. At 2 p.m., this is the key news. Market has been waiting for this news all week. Key news. 2 p.m. EST. U.S. interest rate decision. FOMC rate statement. And then at 2:30 a.m., FOMC press conference with Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell. Then we have a couple earnings, Meta, Ford, eBay after market close at 4:05. But the market's waiting for this rate decision. Are they going to cut rates? Are they going to lower them? Are they going to raise them? What are they going to do? Are they going to keep them neutral? Everyone wants them to cut the rates. U.S. Treasury to address seasonal unexpected variations of borrowing needs in the next quarter via changes in regular bill auction sizes and or cash management. U.S. sets quarterly refunding at $125 billion in line with estimates. USC steady auctions for at least several quarters. U.S. Treasury, it's prudent to continue with incremental increases to tip auction sizes this quarter. Trump said 2-quarter GDP way better than expected. Too late, must now lower the rate. 2-quarter GDP just out 3%, way better than expected. Okay. Bonds fell as Wall Street traders braced for the Federal Reserve decision, while stocks held steady after data showed the world's largest economy was holding up. Good morning. Market begins and opens in 1 minute. Getting ready. Okay, yeah, it's going to start above the VWAP 100 MA, 200 SMA. See how this goes. 30 seconds till market open. Good morning, Legend. Good morning, Christian. Good morning, Sir. Good morning, Shadow. Morning, Ritz, Ash. Good morning. Hopefully you guys are ready. Also, vote on the YouTube polls. You think it's going up? Think it's coming down? What do you think? Just have to see. Yellow line is the NQ 30-minute VWAP, volume weighted average price. To the downside, that purple line is the NQ 30-minute 200 SMA, simple moving average. Pulling back, breaking through that pivot point to start, flushing down 20 points. Pivot point at 23,486. Tapping the 200 SMA, flushing through it a little bit. ES coming down. We're gapped up 20 points on the NQ, 4 points on the ES. ES very close to filling the gap. Pre-market low at 23,449. Pivot point below that, 23,446. Just staying patient. Nvidia starting 0.5% up, Tesla starting 0.5% up, Google starting 0.15% up, Amazon 0.2% up, Microsoft 0.25% up, Meta 0.5% up, Apple 0.15% up, Nvidia, Netflix down 0.1%, MicroStrategy up 0.75%, Palantir up 1.5%. ES has flushed the gap. ES has filled the gap for the day of the previous day close. NQ has not. NQ is still gapped up 25 points. Has not filled the gap from yesterday's close. ES has fallen below and rejected the VWAP 100 MA, 200 SMA. Starting to bounce. We'll see how it reacts. NQ trying to reclaim the 200 SMA on the NQ 30-minute chart as support. Alibaba is down 0.5%. Costco is down 0.75%. GME is down 0.5%. Palantir is up 1.3%. AMCO flat. AMD down 1.8%. QCOM flat. Adobe is down 0.5%. Bitcoin is down 0.4%. ETH is down 1%. Sol is down 2.5%. NQ flushing down, flushing down, flushing down. Yeah, that's a rejection of the 200 SMA. We need to wait to see if that reclaims. Williams R 120 day on the NQ 30-minute. It's getting into oversold territory. RSI is below the MA on the NQ 30-minute. It's really trying to hold this 200 SMA. Maybe pop up to this trend line, maybe drop down for the gaps, then do a V-shaped recovery today. Maybe not. Williams R 120 day on the ES 1 minute. Oversold. RSI below the MA. Oversold as well. Gotta stay patient, chat. Gotta stay patient. Ash, the Ishimoku cloud indicator is just an amalgamation of indicators to decide the resistance and support levels. That's all it is, and you can use that. I use my own set of indicators to do that, pivot points, etc. All right, the gaps have been filled. The gaps have been filled. NQ has filled the gap from 23,452. I was busy talking. I would have been in long right there. Wouldn't mind if this flushed down a little lower to this pivot point. So far, it's dropped 30, 40 points. Since market open. Trying to give us some time, chat. Trying to give us some time. Remember, we have news in 27 minutes. 27 minutes. U.S. penny home sale changed month over month. Oh, also we had news on JP Morgan and Coinbase, I believe. Too busy talking. JP Morgan and Coinbase launched a strategic partnership to make buying crypto easier than ever. That's one opportunity missed. There are no missed opportunities, only next, so we got to move on. But I was too busy yapping and looking away from the screen. I would have flushed that once the NQ flushed through that gap fill of this line. That would have been a nice 30-point trade with 2 contracts. Gotta move on. Gotta move on. NQ getting above the 200 SMA, tapping the VWAP. Trying to get above the VWAP. ES tapping the VWAP. NQ 30-minute getting very bullish. ES starting to get above the VWAP, 100 MA, about to test 200 SMA. NQ just wicking up and away. Pre-market high, 22,522. Nvidia now at 1%. I missed the buying opportunity for this, so just gotta let it go. Wait for the next opportunity. No FOMO. NQ5 man getting above the 20 May. Ash, I have 3 monitors, nothing crazy. What's up, Bonnie? What's up, X? China Foreign Minister Wang Yi met with the U.S. business delegation at Beijing. Korean Finance Minister to meet U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at 9:45 a.m. on Thursday in Washington. NQ pulling back, tapping that VWAP, tapping that range. That's NQ 30-minute VWAP. Tesla flipping green, Google flipping green, Apple green, Amazon green. Beautiful bounce of 50 points. Hesitating a little bit. ATR is at 12. Volatility is pretty low still. The VIX is at 15.83. ES pulling back from the 200 SMA. NQ pulling back down to the VWAP. Down, wicking down, tapping that pivot point. NQ5 man getting below the 20 MA. Flushing down hard, flushing down hard. The ES rejected the 200 SMA, 100 MA, and VWAP. Six minutes until the 15-minute opening range is closed. What's up, Slide? What's up, Gapper? Fed comes out today at 2 p.m. FOMC at 2 p.m. 2:30 p.m. Jerome Powell speaking. Tesla flipping red. Amazon flipping red. Playing around that pivot point, 23,486. Getting above the VWAP again. ES trying to come down. It's below the VWAP, below the 2-hour SMA. Amazon flipping red, Microsoft flipping red, Apple flipping red. Google's coming up. NQ reclaimed the NQ 30-minute VWAP. Appreciate it, Toby. You too. Gotta stay patient, chat. News in 19 minutes. ES kind of consolidating below the VWAP. The Dow is flat for the day. The Russell 2000 is up 0.35%. MicroStrategy is up 1%. Palantir is up 1.5%. ES flushing down now. Pretty bearish wicks on the NQ 5-minute. Nvidia is starting to come down. Nvidia is coming down. Maybe with 2 contracts long. This could be a fake out. ES is getting above the VWAP. Let's see. Up 5, up 50. Has some coil here. Up 100, up 140, up 150, up 160. 2 contracts long. Good stop here. May flush the pre-market high. Pre-market high at 23,522. Could be a lower high. Could flush down here. ES really needs to hold this VWAP, break it, turn as support, get above the 2-hour SMA as well. I think they may cut rates a little bit. Up 200, up 250, 2 contracts long, up 300. Good luck, Legend. Good luck, Adrius. Appreciate you. Up 350. ES is starting to get above the 2-hour SMA. NQ 30-minute tapping the 100 MA. Up 400, 2 contracts long. I'll probably take one.
Order submitted.
When it flushes that close to that pre-market high, wake up 500. I'll take one there and then put it break even. Flush up 600, 2 contracts long, up 650, up 700, flush up, about to tap that pivot point, pre-market high, a little above that target TP. ES is beautiful right now. Wake up, tap that pivot point, TP is a little above it, tap the TP, a little bit, 1 point away, nice, beautiful. Take probably one hit, gonna trail this one contract up. Beautiful. 500, one contract. I'm actually going to move this break even. I'm going to trail this a lot higher. I'm going to give this max room. We locked in like 400, 450, 500, something like that. I'm fine with that with one contract. The ES is above the VWAP 100 MA and 200 SMA. I have a bigger private target in mind.
Order submitted.
Up 200. It's waking down from that pivot point, pre-market high. Pivot point at 22,519. We want this to get through it pretty fast. ES is holding above that 200 SMA pretty well. Giving this max room. If I would have left my break-even stop, the trailing stop, we would have already been stopped out. And 30-minute needs to reclaim that 100 MA as well. We're flashing down a little bit. Needs to get a bounce. ES is still above the VWAP 100 MA and 200 SMA. This has a chance. Let's see, chat.
Order filled.
And big wick down.
Order canceled.
All right, so we're stopped out there. We made 400. Could have locked in 8. Had a bigger target in mind. ES wick down through the VWAP to the 200 SMA. And 30-minute wick down to the VWAP. Very high volatility. That's probably news. BOC releases a current tariff scenario as well as 2 alternative scenarios, one with increased and another with decreased tariffs. In the current tariff scenario, GDP growth about 1% in the second half of quarter 2025, then picks up, hitting 1.8% in 2027. Inflation stays close to 2% over scenario horizon. White House senior advisor has said the GDP data shows strong growth. BOC risk of severe and escalating global trade conflict has diminished since April. BOC Gov Macklin, we have stepped up our regional outreach to help understand effective tariffs and are adding new questions to survey of households and businesses. Bank of Canada monetary policy report does not provide an economic forecast. Cites under uncertainty generated by the U.S. tariffs. BOC Gov Macklin, rise in underlying inflation largely reflects increase in prices for goods other than energy. BOC rate decision actual 2.75%, forecast to be that, previously it was that. So it came in neutral. ATR is now at 17. If you guys are enjoying the stream, getting value, join the raw, transparent trading, smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell after you subscribe to know when I'm live every single day at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. ES wicking through the rejecting the VWAP for now. NQ tapping this pivot point again. Pivot point at 23,486. Remove this. Okay. NQ 30-minute getting below the VWAP, getting below that pivot point. Nvidia's coming up. Amazon, Microsoft flipping green. Nvidia's up 1.14%, 1.4%. Very volatile day to start. News in 10 minutes. News in 10 minutes at 10 a.m. EST. U.S. penny home sale change month over month. Penny home sale index. 10 a.m. 9 minutes, chat. Night Shadow. I trade on Ninja Trader with prop firm accounts linked to Ninja Trader, connected to Ninja Trader. I also have TradingView for my other charts right here. And then I use FinancialJuice. All the stuff I use is linked below, besides Ninja Trader. Everything is below. Appreciate it, Toby. Yeah, mindful. I think they're going to cut the rates a little bit. Maybe a quarter point, half point, maybe a full point. Doubt it. But if he's really politically charged, Jerome Powell, if he's really politically charged, then they'll stay neutral and won't cut anything. And Q5 making below 20 May. Pre-market low at 23,449. Pivot point below that at 23,446. Pivot point up top, right above the 200 SMA, 23,486, right below the NQ 30-minute VWAP as well. So far, this is one big consolidation range. One big consolidation range. About a 70, 80 point consolidation range so far. Well, you can't be mad about 20, 25 points, chat. We locked in 20, 25 points with one contract. Could have locked in 10 with the other. Could have took 2 out at the 20. Can't be mad at it. I was targeting these 22,550. Key trend line for the NQ. It fell below this range. It fell below this range. High of the range, bottom of the range. I figured it would wake up. Go there, might do it sometime today. Kind of the target I have in mind. Gabber says another day of shorts. Appreciate it, Knight. Appreciate you. We're almost at 5,700 subscribers. Insane. Appreciate you guys. Bounce from the 200 SMA on the NQ 30-minute chart, trying to get above the pivot point. NQ 30-minute VWAP. See. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Trying to get above it. ES having a little double bottom. Perhaps. Some pretty volatile whips. VIX is climbing up. Now it's 16. Up 0.25%. Google's now down 0.2%. Amazon's down 0.1%. Microsoft's down 0.05%. Apple's down 0.4%. Alibaba's down 0.4%. QCOM's down 0.4%. Adobe is down 0.9%. Interesting. What did you guys think? What did you guys vote in the poll? Regular YouTube stream, people thought it was majority going to go down. They're not wrong. Kind of did both today. People thought it was going up. I would say they edged it. They edged it out. But this was, we started this poll before market open. So technically the people who voted down were correct. But after it went down, it did go up pretty significantly. Pretty significant uptrend. This is a higher low. Kinda. Higher low with caution. You're down 407, bro. Ash, I have some core things in my strategy, but I really adapt to the volatility, the news of the day, just the pivot points, key levels, how it reacts, the volatility, the quickness of the moves up and down, how the stock is trending, especially Nvidia. Nvidia's trending up today. It changes day by day. Good morning, Norman. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good afternoon, good evening. Greetings from the US, guys. Greetings from the US. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Tesla's flipping green a little bit. Let me switch accounts. Let's go here. ES having a pretty nice volatile swing up. Almost tapping the VWAP. Thank you, third man, trying to reclaim that VWAP. Guys, stay patient, chat. 2 minutes until news. 2 minutes until news. U.S. pending home sale change month over month. Might as well wait for it. Might as well wait for it. The VIX is coming down a little bit. Volatility is coming down a little bit. I think it's going to ramp up though. There's going to be a lot of opportunities today. There are no missed opportunities. Only the next one. No missed opportunities. Only the next one. ES is tapping the VWAP as we speak. Thank you, third man, tapping the VWAP as we speak. 21 EMA as well. Thank you, 5 man, tapping the 21 EMA as well. As you guys seen, I missed that big long opportunity. Exactly what I envisioned to start the day. I was looking away, talking, missed the long opportunity at 23,452 when it flushed down the gap close of yesterday's close of 23,452. When it tapped that, I would have been in long. That was the plan to start the day, but was talking, missed it, and let the play go since I missed it. Let it go, and decided to wait. There are no missed opportunities, only the next. I got in on the next opportunity, scored 20 points. Gotta constantly move on to the next. No missed opportunities, only the next. Why do you guys think I constantly remind myself of it, say it to you guys? It rings true to almost everything in life. When you guys think the market's oversaturated, it usually is primed and ready to go for someone to enter it. When everyone thinks YouTube's oversaturated, perhaps. I finally got that drop yesterday to 435. Good job, Norman. That news dropped. Penny home sale change month over month came in a low negative 0.8%, expected to be 0.2. Penny home sale index came in a low negative. Nothing too significant, but a low negative. Next news is in 30 minutes. EIA crude oil inventories and BOC press conference with Gov Macklin. White House senior advisor has said India might cut prices to the U.S. and reconsider practices. India's gonna bend. India's gonna bend. They've done it like 3 times in a row. They're gonna bend. It's just a matter of time. Probably sometime today, and then market will rally. Thank you. 30-minute 200 SMA. It's tapping it, tapping it, tapping it. Might reject right here. ES rejected the VWAP again. Could flush down here. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Google's now down 0.4%. Amazon's down 0.3%. Microsoft's down 0.15%. Palantir's still up 1.4%. Netflix is up 0.6%. Nvidia's up 1.3% and climbing. RSI on the NQ 30 minutes below the MA. ES has a higher low and is bouncing slightly. NQ getting a bounce off the 200 SMA. Gotta stay patient. Gotta stay patient. No FOMO, no over trading. Got to stay patient. We're dipping down. Kind of getting more and more bullish though. Could be just holding it up, faking it like it's gonna pump up. Tesla's coming up a bit. Meta's coming up a bit. Nvidia's trying to come up. You trying to reject that 2R SMA. Problem is, ES is below that VWAP 100 MA and 200 SMA. So it's definitely a higher risk trade. Try to stay patient. Try to stay patient. They flashed it up right there. They bounced it a little bit. Could be manipulation down. Starting to bounce a little bit. Getting bullish wicks on NQ 5-minute. Yes, about to flush down. Video's holding pretty well. White House senior advisor has said ends remarks to reporters. News in 25 minutes. What's up, Funny? Hello, Simpson. Appreciate you, Funny. Good morning, good morning. There's that bounce. Tapping the 21 email on NQ 5 minute, trying to get above the VWAP on NQ 30 minute. Pretty volatile right now. Pretty volatile right now. ES is still below the VWAP, 200 SMA. I'm taking a stab at it. I'm gonna put a stop. 10, 12 point stop. Down 100. Pretty high risk too because the ES is below the VWAP, but it's pretty volatile right now. It could either flush down, stop us out. That's why I put a stop, or it's gonna rise pretty hard. It's gonna bounce with some volatility. Getting above the NQ 30 minute VWAP, up 60, up 50. It's breaking out of this consolidation range as well. The resistance of the consolidation is breaking out of it right now. Trying to bounce. ES tapping the VWAP, getting above it, up 100, up 200. I'm gonna limit the loss. Now it's only a 7-point loss. If it comes back down, could be a fake up to send us down. ES is starting to come back down from the VWAP. Could be a fake, could be a fake. Trying to give it some room, NQ 5 minutes above the 20 May. Trying to give it some room. Up 100. Could flash down, probably gonna flash down. Video is climbing. Not bad. Up 200. I'm gonna take that. ES is looking too weak. I'll rejoin in a minute if the ES can get above it. ES is too weak. Look at this ES. It's not even moving. Rejected from the VWAP. If it kept going and was still above this VWAP, I would have held that trade. I'll take 200. 160 with market orders. Rotating. If it gets below this VWAP, I'm probably shorting pretty hard. I may go 4 contracts. Because that'll be a lower high. Yeah, I probably will. Get that ready. It also could manipulate down. I'm kind of bullish today, but I may do that. That's a very good setup for me. I love shorting lower highs. Me with the 10-point stop, 800. Okay. Flushing down. ES is not following though. I have to change conviction. ES is not following. Indicators are rounding up. I'm gonna let go. I'm not sure. Not sure. Should have been in a short right here. The initial target was this pivot point, 20,486. Would have been up around 10 points. Kind of getting bullish. Even though the NQ 30 minute is pretty bearish right now. NQ 5 minute rejected the 20 minute again. But the ES is not falling how I would imagine it to fall. Could just wait a couple minutes then fall. Could join it once it flushes this 200 SMA. It is a lower high on the NQ. Appreciate you, Sadri. What's up, Div? Timber, this is the NASDAQ future indices. Future indices of the NASDAQ. Legend, you are insane, my friend. Insane. You're going in with 10 cons each trade, up 3K. Good job, Legend. Appreciate you, Sadri. Appreciate the file, Timber. Appreciate you. Let's flush it down. The NQ 30 minute, 200 SMA. U.S. copper stockpiles at 21-year high as tariff decline looms. BOC sees firms moving to compliance with the USMCA on 90% of goods. U.S. tariff rate on Canada has risen approximately 5 percentage points. He has to start to bounce a little bit. I'm gonna try it. This is a not a great trade, but I'm gonna take it anyway. ES is coming up with it. I'm bullish for the day, even though a lot of people are bearish. Up 50, up 60. It needs to break through that VWAP very quick, very fast. Up 200. 8-point stop. So not risking a lot. ES tapping the VWAP, needs to break it, right here. ES needs to go, ES is it's gotta go, up 200, up 250, 2 contracts long. Gotta go, gotta break this pivot point, gotta get above the 221 EMA, gotta get above the NQ 30 minute VWAP. It's gotta go here. Could just consolidate and fall down. Gotta go. More it hesitates, more I don't like it. NQ 5 minute has a nice bullish wick. Double bottom and bounce off the 200 SMA. Has a chance but could flush down. ES rejecting the VWAP again. It needs to get above it very quick. Got to be stopped out. Down 100. Come on. The correct trade would wait for this to get above the VWAP on the NQ 30 minute chart and the ES. That would make this a less risky trade. I'm taking it a little early though. Low early. Up 100. That's a decent bounce. ES still below the VWAP. NQ 5 minute below the 20 EMA. Trying to give this time. Trying to flush down. The bulls and bears are fighting, chat. Yeah, it's about to tap the VWAP again. Is it finally going to break? Up 100, up 150, up 160. 2 contracts long. ES trying to break, is breaking the VWAP. ES is breaking the VWAP. On, go, 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 go. ES is above the VWAP, about to test the 200 SMA. NQ is about to test that pivot point. Up 200, up 250. Go, go, go. ES tapping the 200 SMA. NQ having a little divergence. NQ is not really going as fast as ES is going. Go, NQ, go, go, go. Go, bounce, 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 bounce. ES falling from the 200 SMA. Go. I'm still going to hold this trade unless the ES starts to reject that VWAP again. Right now it's above it. NQ needs to get above that pivot point, get above the NQ 30-minute VWAP again. Testing it, testing it, testing it. Now break even on this trade. Risk free. Risk free trade now. Up 300. NQ 5-minute time to 20 May. Could have been a little early, but bounce, baby, bounce. Gotta be stopped out. And stopped. Rejected NQ 30-minute VWAP. May rejoin this. May rejoin this in a minute. You guys can see it's grinding up slightly. ES is finally above that VWAP. Let's see if it holds. We can prop above that 2-hour SMA. Nvidia is coming up now, 1.6% on the day. IEA chief Grosky to visit Moscow in late September. News in 13 minutes. I usually do 1 or 2 cons, but when I see A plus trade, I get in pretty heavy. Hit the pivot I was looking for, went in. You need to pull the plug emoji, haha, that'd be awesome. Yeah, the 10 contracts is pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. What do you think, Did? What do you think? Appreciate you. I know nothing about stocks. I don't know how I ended up here. Appreciate you, Timber. Trying to flush down again. Yes, coming up. I'm in with 4 cons. Pretty tight stop. Not going to give it much room. 7 points. I'm giving it a 7-point stop. 4 cons. It's either going or it's not. Up 50, up 100, up 200, up 300. Go. ES is above the VWAP, 100 MA, 200 SMA. NQ5 making above 20 MA. I'm going to give this some room. Give this some room. Up 400. Taking 2 off at 5.
Order canceled.
Very nice.
Order submitted.
Risk-free trade, chat. Risk-free trade. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Up 300. Go, 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 go. No, 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 no. Don't do it. It may come back and tap the NQ 30-minute VWAP. May do that before it fully runs up. Could also reject here. I'm gonna give this max room. 4 points away from being stopped. About to be stopped. 1 point away, 1 point away, 1 point away. And bounce and stop. Well, this is why I usually don't leave runners, but Hey, we're going for it today. Is what it is. ES is now above the VWAP 100 MA, 2-hour SMA. I could rejoin this. Bank of Canada press conference at 10:30 a.m. Crypto fear and greed index came out 74 out of 100 greed. A fear and greed index for the stock market came out 69 out of 100 greed. 9 minutes until news. EIA crude oil inventories, red flash news.
Order filled.
And with 2 contracts long, I'm gonna risk a little bit here. Could have just held that, put the stop below the VWAP, would have been stopped out. Better to have a break-even stop. Probably gonna go to the pivot point if I had to guess. Maybe a little before. Could stop here also with this resistance consolidation. Could. The ES is probably pretty hard. It's above a lot of key support points. Also could flash down. I'm lagging. Dropping frames a little bit. I think we're back. I'm up 100, 140, 150, 200. ES is climbing. I'm taking that at 3. Boom, boom, boom. We have that pivot point at 23,520. Sorry for the lag, chat. As you guys know, my internet went down and we just ended stream yesterday. There's a lot of family over right now, so they're on a lot of devices. And also before that, before the family came over, the internet's been weird the past week. It's been very weird. Been just cutting in and out, especially in the latter half of the evening, around 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. It'll just randomly shut off and then come back on. Very strange. Senate Republican leader Thune, we are prepared to move on Russia's sanctions bill if required. News in 7 minutes. Ash, how do you not know what I'm trading at? The NQ futures, NQ1 exclamation point. Make sure you're on 09-25. It's getting above that pivot point. See how it reacts. Google's about to flip green. Nvidia's up 1.72% now. No shot, Dion. A tsunami is supposed to hit the west coast of the US. Is that true? Is that true, chat? Tsunami is supposed to hit the west coast? Tsunami alert issued for Alaska, Hawaii, U.S. West Coast following a magnitude 8.8 earthquake near eastern Russia. Wow. Wow. Pulling back from that pivot point. What's up, mister? I'm a little bullish for now, but I'll be flipping soon. What's your P&L today, percentage-wise? I'm 100% win rate right now. And the P&L would be bigger if I would have just took prices, but I let two contracts in 2 trades run. I took 2 and let another 2 run. Not bad. I literally thrive in this type of volatility. I love this volatility. Wish it was like this every single day. Wouldn't get it right 100% of the time, but I love this volatility. I read it like a book. For now. China trade envoy lead. China to boost imports from Sweden. And Oprah has shut down her private road, apparently an escape route for residents. That's about to be politicized. Oh boy. News in 3 minutes, chat. News in 3 minutes. It's not major news, but it is red flash news. It's EIA crude oil inventories. Depending on how it comes out, it could affect it. Could wick it up or down. Remember, the ES is above the 100 MA VWAP and the 200 SMA. The simple moving average, the moving average, the volume weighted average price. Above all that. NQ 30 minutes above the simple moving average 200 day period. Above the VWAP. And it's tapping the 100 MA, but starting to reject a little bit. Also, at the high of day at 23,526. Remember, this is one big consolidation area. It may just sit here all day and just wick back and forth. Slow grind, wick a little above, wick a little below. Just stay in the consolidation for today. I doubt it, but could do that until 2 p.m. when U.S. interest rate decision, FOMC rate statement. 2:30 p.m. Chair Powell, pow, coming in with a press conference. 1 minute and 30 seconds, chat. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Let's go. You guys are enjoying the stream. If you're brand new here, if you're gaining value, learning what to do, what not to do, please smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell after you subscribe if you want to be notified when I'm live every single day at 9:30 a.m. EST. For market open. That's what the number said, Div. I am broke. I can't even subscribe, lol. Appreciate you, mister. Appreciate you. True, Giannis, true. Tsunami all the way to South America. Believe it when I see it. That's kind of how tsunamis go, though. They just form over time. Start out in the middle of the ocean, then come in. Kind of build momentum over time. Especially if the wind's helping it. He has to start to bounce. Big show. Div, it depends on the week. Depends on the week. I made that multiple times for one day, a couple of times a week. It really depends on the volatility, the opportunities, and how I trade. Just depends. Breaking above that pivot point, about to flush the high of market. High market at 20,526. NQ getting above the 100 MA. I'm 1 mile from the Pacific, not worried. Glad you could get a 3-foot wave. That's just a small wave for surfing. True, true, true. Appreciate it, mister. Appreciate it. We're about to flush the pre-market high. About to flush it. About to flush it. EI crude oil inventory came out a low negative 7.69 million, expect to be negative 2.6 million, low negative. BOC press conference with Gov Macklem is starting. EIA gasoline inventories came in a little positive. Distillate inventories came in a little negative. Cushing inventories came in a little positive. Trump signs congressional bill at 1 p.m. That's the next news on the docket. He may tweet before then. Some world leaders may tweet before then. That is a flush of the high market, 20,526. 6. Double, 333. 777. No missed opportunity, only the next one. I would normally short this, but it has a lot of support points to the downside, even before that VWAP to our SMA. A lot of support points. No with the follow, appreciate you. Yeah, that's kind of the target I'm looking for too, Gapper. Kind of the target I'm looking for as well. Little above that. If it gets above this pivot point, I may long till that. That is the census I'm holding. To be fair, it could just stay in this range though. I'm well aware of that. May not make it there till like 2 p.m. If they cut the rates, then it may spike there. Gotta wait and see, wait and see. Bitcoin's flipping green. Nvidia is 1.7% up, Tesla 0.2% up, Google 0.1% up, Amazon 0.3% down. Go chat, let's go chat. People think we can beat the market today. Volatility has subsided a little bit. It'll probably come back sporadically throughout the day though. Rejecting that pivot point for now. I'm waiting to see if it can climb above it. Has a lot of support touch points to the downside. Has a lot of support. The 30-minute 1 hour from previous day resistance suspicious to you? It's 30-minute 1 hour from previous day. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about this. There's a little resistance there. It's breaking it now though. Just depends what you're talking about. And if I'm even looking at the right thing. I front run often. Yeah. Yup. Yeah, it's breaking through it right now. I'm gonna take this. Go reject here. I'm gonna put a stop. I'm gonna ride this as far as it can go. 8-point stop of 50, 2 contracts long. It's breaking above that pivot point. Needs to break above that previous day high as well. And the high of day, we're currently at 23,530. I want this to go all the way to 23,550 if possible. That is a higher low. ES is climbing up as well. Nvidia is behind this. Once it breaks this high, I will move stop break even. And I'm well aware this could reject. 8-point stop, 2 contracts. Bounce, baby, bounce. Bounce, baby, bounce. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Could reject here. Tapping that pivot point. We want this pivot point to hold. This pivot point needs to hold. Up 50, up 75, 2 contracts long. Thank you, 30-minute, beautiful. The bulls and bears are fighting right now. This could flash down like it did earlier. May flash down. U.S. oil producer Chevron receives restricted U.S. authorization to operate in Venezuela. We're rejecting that pivot point. This pivot point needs to hold. Down 50, down 60, down 75, 2 contracts long. ES, NQ kind of create a lower high here. This needs to bounce. Flushing down. May just be playing hard to get. 4 points away from being stopped. Down 100, down 200, down 250. Check that pivot point for now. ES coming down. 5-minute getting bearish. We're about to be stopped out. One point away, 1 point away. 1 point away. One point away from being stopped, chat. Down 300. Bounce, baby, bounce. About to be stopped and stopped. First loss of the day, down 300, down 350. Starting to build a nice coil though if it can bounce. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent underlying fundamentals that Trump policies are incredible. Confidence and momentum are coming back to the U.S. economy. Tesla's flipping red. ES is trying to fall and keeps trying to bounce. NQ 5 minute trying to bounce. ES is falling. I'm putting risk on hit with 5 contracts. Up 250, up 300. Right below the pivot point, pretty tight stop. 5 contracts though. Up 400. I want this to flush the high market 23,530. NQ5 man looks beautiful. Up 300, up 400. Bounce, baby, bounce. I'm not moving stop. 3-point stop. This is the same account. He either goes here or rejects. You can see I believe in it though. I'm in with 5 contracts. Very unusual. Up 300. Could be a 2-type stop as well. It's pulling back. ES flushing down. That's not good. Nvidia's coming up. ES needs to go. ES needs to go. Down 75, down 100, down 200. Couple points away from being stopped. Tap that pivot point. And about to be stopped out. Stopped out for 300 again. So now we're down to 600 in that account. Let's just leave that account alone. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is speaking. Trump tweeted on True Social, Manny, whatever, was fantastic, talking about the environment scam on Varney and Co. Wow, she really gets it, including the big hoax of the mall windmills. We won't be approving any of those money losing monstrosities in the Trump administration. Great job, Mandy. Let me see something. Taking one more stab at it. It's gonna be the last time I go long for a while. One more stab. Right below the range. Just too good. Nvidia's coming up. Tesla's coming up. This is a key pivotal point. Could just be manipulating me. I get manipulated sometimes. It's fine. 5 contracts. Flush it down a little bit again. ES is starting to come up. 5 man looks great. Up 200, 300. Starting to bounce. Up 400. Go, go, go. 4-point stop. A 405. Up 6. Go, baby, go. We're moving this break-even stop. This account is risk-free trade now. Could get this max risk, but it's either going or it's not. He has to start a turnover again. I'm not going to play with this. Can manipulate it back and forth. Not going to stay in it. It does not want to go. It either goes or it doesn't. She either goes or she doesn't. A 400, a 500, 5 contracts long. Playing really hard to get, I know that. Playing really hard to get. Just bounce. Let's go. Bounce, 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 bounce. A 500, 5 contracts long. Bounce, bounce, bounce. No, you want to flush it. Go. The video's coming up. Up 600. It really has some downward pressure. ES is trying to come down again. Risk-free trade. It's playing hard to get, Chad. She's playing hard to get. ES is dropping. And Q's trying to drop. Probably going to be stopped out here. At least it's break even. Just go. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
Order filled.
And stopped. Well, there was good volatility. If you guys can't tell by now, ATR is at 13. Was nice, now it's not. Chart looks like just grind up, slow, slow, slow. Beautiful. Indian government on U.S. bilateral trade. We will take all steps necessary to conserve our national interest. BOC Gov Macklin. It's hard to be as forward-looking as usual when you've got an unusual amount of uncertainty. Need to set policy considering tariff risk. Scott Bessent should be speaking by now. Scott Bessent is speaking. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. I don't even want to short this. I don't even want to short it. There's so much support down here. Classic, classic, classic. Absolutely classic. Unbelievable, chat. Unbelievable. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. U.S. is the hottest economy and have set conditions to quicken. Right there, Robert. I was using 5 a contract, but with the tight stop 4 points, so it was like $500 each trade. Be careful in 30-minute, 1 hour candle wicks before closing. Yeah. About to bounce crazy. Yeah. What's up, Ahmad? You can subscribe to the channel for free. Well, that's the wick up we were looking for. French finance minister, the EU negotiation strategy may not have shown enough vigor. Yep, it's absolutely disgusting right now. Oh man. Bitcoin's up 0.5%. Nvidia's now up 2%. Well, it was written in the stars. If I would have did the normal strategy, start with 2 contracts, then average in, it would have worked out. It's not a big deal. No missed opportunity, only next. Move on, move on. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Europe is a regulatory morass. Chinese economic model is beginning to implode. Can't get more than 5 points here on the ES. ATR around 5 on the 15 minutes. So yeah, true Gapper. ES might try and break out in hour 5 minutes. Bro, these price action sucks. Well, I read where it was going, but didn't execute it properly. Was playing with stops and just getting wicked out. What's up, Ahmad? Yeah, I took a week last week. We're fully back now. Every single day from now on. For a while. For a while, my friend. Appreciate you. That could that have been a $1,000 play? More than that, way more than that. That would have been like a $2,000-$3,000 play. I'm not in a trade right now, Capper. I'm about to take another trade soon, if we can get there. Whoa. Hi, how many lots do you use? It just depends on the trade. $5K would still be a good day for the day. True. I think it's testing still because candle hasn't closed above FOMC 2 p.m. True. You guys are brand new here. Please smash that like button. The likes are looking a little weak, guys. Can we get them up? Also, follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell. You have a lot more trading left to do in the day. A lot more opportunities left. The Europe market wrap, market steady ahead of Fed decision as earnings roll in. US-China truce extension in focus. Stocks struggled for direction in the hours before Wednesday's Federal Reserve interest rate decision as traders tried to heavy load a major company earnings. S&P 500 contracts were a little changed in the lead up to DIE decision on interest rates, which have become a cause of connection between the White House and Fed Chair Jerome Powell. The dollar index snapped a 4-day rally that followed trade pacts with DIE, Europe, Union, and Japan. Fed policymakers are largely expected to hold rates steady for a 5th consecutive meeting in the face of sustained pressure from President Donald Trump on Powell to lower borrowing costs. Investors will catch for any signs of a greater openness from the Fed to easing when it next gathers in September, as they take stock of the number of dissenting policymakers. Swap markets have priced around 100 basis points of easing over the next 12 months. Before the Fed, GDP figures will offer an update on the health of the American economy in the build-up to Friday's key payroll report. The relentless rush of big earnings continues in the U.S. later, with Microsoft Corp and Meta Platforms both reporting. On the trade front, there were signs of rapprochement between the U.S. and China. Trump is set to make the final call, maintaining their tariff truce before it expires in 2 weeks, an extension that would mark a continued stabilization in ties between the world's two biggest economies. Chinese trade negotiator Li Changgang told reporters in Stockholm the two sides have agreed to prolong the pause without providing further details. NQ falling back down at pivot point 23,520, falling below the range as well. This is a rejection of the range. Could just be a wick, but looking like a rejection of the range for now. ES falling down. Tesla is now down 0.7%. Amazon is down 0.5%. Apple's down 0.35%. Okay. About to tap the 50% retracement on this fib. Let me do this. 23,494 is the NQ 30-minute VWAP. Correct. NQ 30-minute bouncing off the NQ 30-minute 100 moving average. Video coming down a bit. NQ futures are up 0.3%. ES futures, S&P 500 futures are up 0.15%. The S&P 500 is up 0.2%. The Nasdaq is up 0.3%. The Dow is up 0.06%. The Russell 2000 is up 0.7%. The dollar is up 0.5%. AMD is up 1%. AIM goes up 1.3%. Voyager Technologies is up 1.7%. Bitcoin is up 0.7%. ETH is up 0.6%. Sol is down 0.7%. XRP is up 0.5% on the day. NQ reclaiming that pivot point at 23,520.
Order filled.
And with two contracts short, looking for this to flush down in the ES, VWAP, and 200 SMA. Want this to break the pivot point, 21 EMA, we'll see. It could go and tap that, what was the support trend line, now the resistance. Rather if it didn't, but it might. Want this to go to the NQ 5-minute 20 EMA as well. 50% fib. Could bounce all this 20 EMA up 50. ES is falling. Nvidia is falling. Up 100, 130, 150. 2 contracts short. Trying to bounce on the 20 EMA. I want this to flush down. There's a lot of support down here though. Could not. Could not, chat. Tapping that pivot point again. ATR's at 13. This could take a minute as well. Nvidia starts pumping again. May be in some trouble.
Order submitted.
Putting a stop rate above the pivot point. Like 2 points. Barely anything. It's going to bounce all this 21 EMA or it's not. Break even stop now. Beautiful. Risk-free trade. ES about to tap the 200 SMA. Flush down, flush down, flush down. I'm taking that.
Filled.
I'll take 300. ES got to the 200 SMA and VWAP faster than I thought. It's tapping it, flushing through a little bit. Probably going to get a little hiccup, so I'm taking it. Good. About to tap the 50% fib. ES rejecting a little bit. In with 2 contracts long. It's probably going to flush down a little more, but I'm up 30, up 50. Probably going to flush down a little further. Just a little bit. May flush down to the NQ 30-minute VWAP as well. NQ 30-minute chart getting a little bearish. Up 100, 130. Up 150. A little more, 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 a little more. I'll take 200. It's fine. I'll get back in soon. And NQ 30 getting a little bearish, a little more bearish than I like. You guys can see the NQ 30 chart right now. Look at these candles. Pretty bearish wicks. Rejecting 100 MA. Probably going to come down to the VWAP, 200 SMA, maybe even flush all the way down. Plus the ES is rejecting VWAP 200 SMA, 100 MA. Was down 1500 and just got out at that peak, and now I'm up 14. Good job, Shadow. Good stuff. Guys, just remember, I'm not a financial advisor. Nothing I do or say is financial advice. Hold your own conviction. Do your own trade strategy. Hold your own trade conviction. Trade your own strategy. Don't FOMO. Don't overtrade. This is for entertainment, educational purposes only. And there are no missed opportunities. Only the next one. No missed opportunities. Only the next one, chat. Chat, 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 chat. Chat, 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 chat. Chat, 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 chat. The regular YouTube poll, people think we're going to make 10,000 plus. The YouTube shorts, little haters. They were only going to make 5K. They're probably right. That is around the average. Little haters, chat. Little haters. I'm waiting for the true opportunity. The next trade I take is not even the true opportunity. But there's going to be a lot of opportunity in the volatility that the FOMC gives. I just feel it in the air. You just feel it in the air, chat. All right, vote on the poll, vote on the poll, vote on the poll. I want to see where you guys are at. If you're trading, if you're not trading, are you profitable, learning, or negative? Profitable, learning, or negative? Where are you guys at? You guys see my trading transparent? This is a good way for you anonymous ninja watchers to vote in the chat. That's why I do this. Some people are gracious enough to explain their situation, tell the profit loss, how many trades they won, how many trades they lost, and some people just want to remain anonymous. So this YouTube poll, are you profitable, negative, or learning? And keeps trying to bounce off the VWAP. The 21A, excuse me. NQ 5 minutes trying to bounce off the 21 EMA. Not buying it. ES is below the VWAP, 200 SMA, 100 MA. About to tap the VWAP. Let's see how it reacts. Nvidia is starting to get a little weak. Tesla is now down 0.9%. Amazon is down 0.4%. Apple's down 0.5%. Alibaba's down 0.65%. QCOM's down 1%. Adobe's down 0.25%. NQ futures are up 0.25%. ES getting close to flipping red. Only up. ES futures only up 0.07%. I think there's still some bearish. I think it's at least going to drop down to the VWAP. May wick below it a little bit. Really depends if this 50% fib, this 50% fib retracement holds or not. So far it's holding and they're trying to bounce, get above the 21 EMA on the NQ2 minute chart. ATR's at 12.69. Not too crazy. The VIX is coming up a bit. Volatility index could be a sign.
Order
And with
filled.
2 contracts short, I just see signs of weakness. Probably gonna ride this to the VWAP if possible. It may want to pop up. And if it starts reclaiming that 21 EMA, we'll see. May not hold it. With 2 contracts short, I want this to drop like it's hot. Thank you. 3rd minute below the 100 MA. ES is starting to round up a little bit. May just consolidate here and coil up. Doesn't have to fall. Up 40, up 50. 60. It's about to tap the 50% fib. Up 100, 150. Fall. Drop. Up 200. NQ5 minute trying to break the 21 EMA. Up to 30.
Order submitted.
Risk-free trade. Stop break even. Bounce all the 50% and we're stopped out. Was about to just scalp it, decided to take it. It's worth doing that. NQ, the 50% fib on the NQ2 minute chart was rejecting. It could have not held, still could not hold. And the NQ 5 minute was getting below the 21 EMA. Also, the ES rejected the VWAP. NQ 30 minutes still looking bearish. Just didn't want to give it to me. A little early for the stop, perhaps. Waked up 2 points. 2 points above the stop, then went down. Is what it is. Whip back down a little bit. Whip back down a little bit. Wick. Too busy talking. It's one downside. I would just roll that 5 points at least. The true target's a little wick through, a little lower, but wick. Could do a full U-shaped pullback as well. Might just full flush down. Wicking down. Let me make sure I'm not against any news. Scott Besson is speaking. Remember that. I'm in with 1 contract long. I'm going against everything right now. Only 1 contract, so there's a lot of wiggle room. Up 60, up 70. Tapping that pivot point. Yeah, it's flushing out lower. About to tap the 76.4 fib.
Order
In with
filled.
one more, in with two more, in with 4 contracts long. Flush, baby, flush. Bounce, 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 bounce. I like that volatility wick. I like it. Could keep going. Up 80. Up 200. Wick up. Bounce, 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 bounce. More, 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 more. Up 80. Up 100. Chain 2 out there. A little more bounce, a little more bounce, a little more bounce. Taking it. Beautiful.
Filled.
You guys are wondering why I didn't hold that for this to pop up higher. It could bounce, could reclaim that VWAP. It did not tap the NQ30 minute 200 SMA. Did not went through it a little bit. And honestly, if it tests that 200 SMA again, it'll be for the 4th time today. 3rd time, 4th time today. 3rd time, 4th. It'll be the 4th time. It flushed through it over here. Tapped it here, tapped it here. This will be the 4th time. It's likely to break through. Likely to break through. Will flush the low of pre-market at 23,449. We have the pivot point below that as well. Pivot point at 23,446. So that's why I did not hold that trade or leave any runners. Where's this box? ES is flushing down. NQ30 minute VWAP is that yellow line up top. It's already been passed near 23,495. NQ30 minute 200 SMA is about to be tapped. It's that purple line below. NQ5 minute rejected this one when he may. It's a little frustrating, chat. A little frustrating. I should have called both sides of this. Should have called both sides of this. Should have called this for 10, 15 points. I would have probably sold out the VWAP. Held this. Should have called that. Then called this. What are you going to do, chat? What are you going to do? Also, the 2 trades I had runners in. Should have brought some more. Fine. The execution has been good today. That's all that matters. Execution over results any day of the week. Southern Copper executive, we maintain a positive long-term outlook for copper, but we believe that the intense U.S.-China trade war will affect economic growth worldwide. BOC Gov Macklin ends news conference. Also, if you guys are new here, if you love the transparent trading, if you're learning what to do, what not to do, smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Also, if you guys want to go a step above and beyond all that, click the link below and become an insider. Join the membership. YouTube members, they get behind the scenes access. I need to post some more content, but to be fair, most of you guys are just in the basic tier. Most of you guys are not in the premium or expert tier. They get access to more details, but I do need to get more member content out. Maybe you guys will inspire me to do it. Starting to get a little more bullish on Bitcoin as well. Let me go back to that news. JP Morgan and Coinbase launched a strategic partnership to make buying crypto easier than ever. That's very crucial. Very, 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 very good sign. That happened at 8:22 a.m. EST. Around 3 hours ago. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad, chat. The trade may be coming. I'm just waiting, chat. Just waiting. BITUNIX account. Remember, we started with 1,000. We're up 34%. We're just waiting for an opportunity. And this could bring it. It really could bring it. Starting to like it more and more. But we're just waiting for a trade. If you guys are interested in this, link is below. Everything I use, link is below. BITUNIX. 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 U.S. Treasury Scott Bessent has concluded remarks. NQs tapping the NQ 30-minute VWAP. I think it's a little bearish. I think it's going to come down a little more. Could not. May reclaim this VWAP, consolidate a bit, and then bounce up. Could. I love the market today, Wall Street. This is exactly the type of market I love trading. The volatility is a little low in this this last hour. I don't like that. I like volatility fully through. That only happens on very rare days, but market trading's been pretty nice today. Can't lie. I've enjoyed it. Ash, I do not hold any goals, dollar wise for the day, month, or week. Day, week, or month. I do not have any profit target goals. I do not trade with goals in mind. They create fear, uncertainty, FOMO, greed, and just they raise and heighten your emotions. It's best. What I found is you don't trade with goals in mind. You trade the execution over the results, and the results will come. That's just what I do. You guys are free to do whatever your heart desires. ES is starting to flip bread. The volatility is good because it's the day of FOMC. So it's just going to be a little crazy, and I love it. I love it. Got to love it, chat. Got to love it. The more this hesitates, the more this consolidates. I think it may bounce up, spike up. Video's starting to come up a bit. ES is trying to come up. May have to flip bias. Adapt. Let me make sure I'm not against any news. It's projecting that pivot point. 23,486. Projecting that pivot point for now. Little divergence between the NQ and ES. NQ trying to come down, ES is trying to come up. Little divergence. They could be manipulating it up because the everything's coming down a little bit. And this is coming up. I think they're manipulating it up. Yes, it is spiking pretty nice. I would normally be in this long, but I just see the stocks not moving with us. The stocks are actually coming down a little bit. Nvidia's taking down a little bit. It's holding. I think they may be manipulating this up. Drop may be coming.
Order
I'm in with 2 contracts short. Didn't hear my alerts. Debating on putting a stop. Nah. It's happening to VWAP. Could bounce to the 20 EMA. Could bounce to the NQ5 minute, 21 EMA. Kind of what it's looking like. Down 100, down 150. 2 contracts short. May want to pop up. Let me move this. May want to pop up to the 50%. We're wicking up above the NQ 30 minute VWAP. Video's coming back up.
Order
And with
filled.
2 more contracts short. About to step it up.
Order filled. Order
And with 8
filled.
contracts short, it's either going to stop here, pull back a little bit, or it's not. So I want to be sized in correctly. I'm only looking for a little scalp. Pull back, pull back, pull back. Up 30. May just continue. Low high risk trade. It's fine. Up 30. Pull back. Getting above the 21 EMA on the NQ5 minute chart. I want a rejection here a little bit. Just briefly. Down 500, down 300. Yeah, it's winking above the 20, man. We're down 700. I have to step this up a little bit. Not getting a rejection, not getting a little pullback. Just yet. Has more bullish momentum. Getting above the 20 EMA on the NQ5 minute chart. Yeah. Reject, reject, reject. Pull back, pull back, pull back, pull back. It's gonna bounce that 50% fib. Plus they're faking it out. Video's coming down. Don't like how it's consolidating though. Needs to kind of happen quick. Sunlight's gonna wake up. Video's starting to pull. Up 70, up 100. Just looking for a little bit. Wake down a little bit. Bounce, pull back, pull back, pull back. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. 70. Up 200. A little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. Taking 5. Beautiful. That's all we were looking for. Absolutely stunning. No shot. Market orders just robbed me. No shot. What account were we in? Hold on. No shot. I hit that when price said 600. No shot. Oh, market orders. We only secured 320. Oh my gosh. Market orders, market orders. No shot, chat. Absolutely no shot. Market has been robbing me, man. It's insane. Where did it fill me? Oh, shot. I hit that when it was right here. Wow. City sees treasury action growth in November 2026 versus May previously. Next news on the docket is at 1 p.m. in an hour and 30 minutes. Trump signing congressional bill. These kick guys are ruthless. How you doing, chat? How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? You guys trading this market well or no? How are you guys doing, chat? How are you guys doing? 14 votes in the regular YouTube stream, 57% are profitable, 43% are learning. 44 votes in the regular short stream, YouTube short stream, 20% are profitable, 27% are negative, 52% are learning. Really? You guys are struggling more and more than I thought. Interesting. Very interesting, chat. Dear bro, what is the chart time frame? The chart you guys see, the NQ 2-minute chart, the chart you guys see me executing on is the NQ 2-minute chart. I have NQ 5-minute to the right, NQ 30-minute to the left, ES 1-minute to the left. NQ 30-minute, ES 1-minute. I got Rob, chat. Appreciate the follow, join. Appreciate you. My internet go down or something? No, it's fine. We're still live. Okay. What's up, crazy? What's up, Mark? Not much, not much, not much. Nothing much, nothing much. Let me look at the indicators. They are cooling up a bit. A little early. ES is trying to come up. Hi, bro. Keep showing us how it's done. Appreciate you, Chad. Comment real. Appreciate you, Chad. I try. Try my best. Yeah, that profit should be a lot more today. I've gotten robbed a couple times. Should be 300 extra in that account. Should be 500 more. So we got robbed like $1,000 today. This is what it is. Execution was there. That's all that matters. you're doing us all a good service and yourself. Well done, bro. Appreciate it, Juice. Glad you guys are getting value. Really happy. And phew. There's still a so much improvement to be made. So much. We're not even, if I had to guess, we're only at like 5% potential. 5% potential where this can go. Social media wise. There's so much improvement that needs to be made. Just one step at a time, chat. One step forward. Keep going forward, one step at a time. All right, the pending home sales, latest news in June 2025, month over month and year over year. Pending sales declined in the Midwest, South, and West. In the Northeast, pending sales rose month over month, but remained flat year over year. According to the NAR chief economist, Lawrence Yun, the data shows a continuation of a small decline in contract signalings despite inventory in the market increasing. Pending sales in the Northeast increased incrementally, even though home price growth in the region has been the strongest in the country. Pending home sale index, PHS, a leading indicator of house activity, measures house contact activities and is based on signed real estate contracts for existing single family homes, condos, and co-ops. Because a home goes under contract a month or two before it's sold, the pending home sale index generally leads existing home sales by a month or two. Okay. I think it's gonna flush down. It's created this double bottom a couple times today. Don't know if I trust it. Looking at the stock percentages, Nvidia starting to come down. Starting to bounce. Interesting. Nvidia is starting to come up a bit. NQ 30 minute, NQ 5 minute look pretty bearish. ES trying to bounce, NQ 5 minute trying to bounce. Could do another double bottom, I guess. I don't know. Yes, it's bouncing. NQ is bouncing. Good.
Sir Dumb Bets a Lot has been an insider for 2 months.
Oof. My alerts messed up. Appreciate you, Sir Dumb Bets a Lot. Appreciate you joining from the insiders, man. Hopefully you gain some value. You have access to a lot of really, really dope emotes, especially the FOMC meeting with Jerome Powell that's coming up. You now have access to the Jerome Powell emote, which in my opinion is the best one. Make sure you spam them in the chat. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Welcome to the insiders. NQ's getting above that pivot point, 23,487. I need to fix them alerts. See if I can do it real quick. That's a pretty funny name also. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Can't lie. Can't lie. One sec, chat. One sec, chat. Chat. I'll fix the rest off stream. Check this. I was talking that entire time. Wow, okay. Forgot I muted my mic. Dog was barking. I don't even know if you guys heard anything I said. Sir, welcome to the member. Welcome to the insiders. I appreciate you joining. I'm glad you guys are gaining value. I'm not going to join this long. I was debating whether or not to join the long. The yellow line is the NQ 30-minute VWAP, the volume weighted average price. The 21 EMA is the green line on the charts. Appreciate you pointing that out. Forgot I muted the mic. Appreciate you, BS. Appreciate you, Chris. Long time no see, BS. Long time no see. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Sir, you have access to a lot of really dope emotes, especially with the FOMC meeting and the press conference for the FOMC with Jerome Powell coming. You have access to the Jerome Powell emote, Trump, etc., etc. So you have a lot of access. Very solid emotes. The Jerome Powell one is my favorite by far. By far. By far. Appreciate you, BS. Lurking in the shadows, my friend. Okay. ES is trying to come up. ES might tap the VWAP 200 SMA 100 MA. NQ 30 minute above the VWAP. NQ 5 minute getting above the 20 MA. Video coming up slightly. The volatility is just very low. ATR is at 11. Volatility is pretty low. The VIX is actually coming up, which is doesn't feel like it, but it is. Could be a slow grind up to FOMC. Next news on the docket is in an hour and 15 minutes. Trump signing congressional bill. Same, lots in the back. Lurking is working. Yeah. A lot of people are focused on trading as well, so you can't blame them. Trump to sign into law VA home loan program reform bill today. Japan LDP plenary meeting to be held August 8th. This could be double manipulation. They went up, now they're pulling back. It could be manipulation up, manipulation down, and this continue up. Really depends. Sorry, reject the NQ 5 minute 21 EMA. Let's see if it bounces here or not. NQ ES is getting close to the VWAP and 200 SMA. 200 day period, simple moving average. Very crucial, very important. Volatility is pretty low. Everyone's waiting for FOMC. Does the SPIX have a future? The SPY, yeah, it's a SPU. SPU or the ES1 exclamation point. Oh, you're here. So this is the regular S&P, the SPX. This is the what's it called on the TradingView chart, the ES futures, SPI 500 E-mini futures, ES1 exclamation point on the TradingView, but I believe it's actually SPU. I believe. This is a lower high. Trying to stay patient. There's going to be a lot of manipulation with this low volatility, so I gotta really wait for the correct entry. Gotta really wait for a chat. I'm profitable, but I've got a lot to learn. Always learning never stops, Clive. Never stops, Clive. Never. No matter what, you can always improve, always get better. No matter what. I'm in the same boat, learning more and more every day. Yeah. What are futures? Just think about it. People betting on the future of where the market's going to go. That's probably the simplest way I can explain it. You have the regular market, then you have the futures. So people betting on where the market's going to go in the future. It's a little more volatile. I'm 37, been trading for 6 years. Nice, Todd. Probably the easiest way to understand it. Or you can just associate more volatility, more risk reward. It would be great to pinpoint some of those fast gainers. I'm sure there's pump and dumps going on at times. Yeah, I've given them out a lot, Clive. Switch your candles. And nothing I say is financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Entertainment, educational purpose only. You need to hold your own conviction. Besides that, switching your candles from red to green. Red and green are psychological trigger colors. So you'll get emotional quicker the more you see it. That's why I don't trade with red on my screen. The profit loss, and if I wasn't streaming, you know, when I'm in a trade, you see that executional chart. It says how many contracts, what my profit and loss is on that bar. I wouldn't even have that on the chart if I wasn't streaming. Only reason I have that is for stream and shorts. And luckily I've been doing this for half a decade, so I can just kind of erase that out of my mind and trade the execution. But I do not like red colors on my screen. I do not like seeing the profit loss open P&L. I see it because I'm streaming, trading, have to put it on screen. But if I was not streaming, I would not have it. Switch the candle colors from green to red to orange and black. Very crucial, very key. What's some other ones? I mean, that's some game. $45 and now just learning day trading, definitely way behind, but better late than never. True. I mean, you really just need time in the market. If I was just starting out again, if I was brand new, start simulated trading, start demo trading, start keep track of your wins, losses, your profits on each day, calculate the winning trades, losing trades, get the win rate on the Excel spreadsheet in the right column, write a note every single day, record your trading is key. Recording your trading, most traders do not do it, but it's key for feedback. Very crucial and key for feedback. You need to rewatch your trading like a game tape, like an athlete does, like a footballer does. They rewatch all their plays, etc., etc. Very crucial. Most traders do not do this step. It's very crucial. I'm very fortunate to be live streaming every single trade I take for the most part. But yeah, recording your trading is very crucial. Just introspect, review, introspect some more, and just pattern, consistency, willpower. Are you obsessed with trading? Are you not obsessed with trading? If you're not obsessed with trading, if you are on 2 hours of sleep only and can't wake up and trade, trading might not be right for you. You may not be obsessed enough with it. You really gotta love trading. There's a lot of ups and downs, highs and lows, just hills and valleys you need to go through. And the lows are pretty low, the highs are pretty high. It's very volatile. If you don't know what you're doing, you can get yourself hurt very fast. Do you know Bacha tight? No, I do not. I believe that's a joke. You're gonna say like Bacha tight, you something. You're probably gonna say something after that. That's correct, as there are times where red can be tiny drop in the all-time high, whereas green can be a tiny gain at the low price. Do you ever trade currencies? I've only seen you trade Nasdaq and futures. I tried Forex for a week, did not like it, and stopped trading immediately. Forex is not for me, it's for other people. Some people like it, some people don't. What was your biggest profitable trade? I don't talk about that. What's up, Bather? Good to see you, man. What's up, Chris? Been a sec. Appreciate it, Bather. Have a nice day as well. Appreciate you stopping by. Been a sec. Took a little break. I do the same thing with the candles. I like neon colors. Yeah, you guys don't have to go to orange and black. You can also go to blue and black, white and black, gray and black. Just try and stay away from like really like red, green, even yellow. Yeah, just key psychological colors. Appreciate it, Blather. Appreciate you. I like neon colors. I'm playing a neon stake arcade game that can end my life. Also, if you're serious about trading, you really need to use hotkeys for fast execution. My hotkey for buying is Control Z. For selling or shorting, selling aka shorting, it is Control X. And to close everything, get out of everything, all the orders on the chart, everything is Control C. So Control Z for buying or longing, Control X is the hotkey for selling or shorting. And Control C is just close everything, get out of everything. Really need it. You guys may think it's not crucial, but you using the mouse, click, 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 you are wasting time. Wasting a lot of time, like half a second each action, and it adds up. It adds up a lot. And if you really want to be fast, if you're scalping, if you're just swing trading, it doesn't matter. But if you're day trading, scalping, it's very, very crucial to have that speed. Very, very crucial. ES is tapping the VWAP 200 SMA, about to tap the 100 MA, getting above it. This may do a V-shaped recovery. High of day at 23,541. Coming up with some momentum. NQ 5 minutes, getting above the 21 EMA. Tapping that pivot point at 22,520. NQ 30 minute, getting above the 100 MA as well. Starting to get bullish. Problem is, ATR is at 10. It is taking up a bit. Bitcoin's flat. ETH has turned green. Nvidia's up 1.9%. Tesla is at 0.65% down. Google is up 0.65%. Amazon is down 0.4%. Microsoft is flat. Meta is up 0.2%. And Q is tapping that pivot point. ES is above the VWAP 200 SMA, 100 MA. I like this bounce. Look at this. This is a W. This is a W on the NQ 5-minute chart. See. What strategy is the best in scalping? Everyone has their own amalgamation of indicators they use to locate the support resistance. Everyone has their own trading strategy. Just watch the best, take the best from the best, and turn it into your own strategy. Takes a lot of time. Morocco here. Hey man, what's up? What are you trading, brother? Is this the NASDAQ? This is the NASDAQ future indices. Future indices, the NASDAQ. You don't want to be fast, slow. You want to be disciplined with your rules. Yeah, but Richard, when you have an entry, you want to be quick in and quick out. When you have your entry price, you want to be in quick. When you have where you want to sell, you want to be quick out. Especially if you're scalping. Hey, if you guys don't want that, then don't use it. Do whatever is best for you. I found great improvement in trading using hotkeys. DJ, I just Control Z for buying, Control X for selling, Control C for closing all positions. And if you're using NinjaTrader, you need to get the plugin or the you need to get auto hotkey and set up a script. NinjaTrader does not have built-in hotkeys, but Trade8 does. We're pulling back a little bit. One hour until Trump signing congressional bill. We are above that pivot point. It's going to pull back a little bit, probably to the pivot point to this consolidation. I have targets up top. ES is flushing down about the top of the 100 MA, 200 SMA, and VWAP. Let's see if they hold. No news. Checking for a Trump tweet. Remember, guys, this is FOMC day. At 2 p.m., we have U.S. interest rate decision. At 2 p.m. as well, Eastern Standard Time, FOMC rate statement. At 2:30, we have FOMC press conference with Chair Jerome Powell. But before that, 1 p.m., Trump signing congressional bill. While we wait, you guys probably already know ATR's at 10. While we wait, you guys came for trading. You didn't know we were a professional Snake.io player. Professional. Okay. Bad start. Got him though. Headbutt. Don't start lagging. Don't do it. Don't do it, chat. Don't do it, chat. Alright, we're still good. Let me see. Oh, I'm trying to get back in. ATR is very low. We have profit targets. We're waiting. Waiting for a trade. Oh, you guys can't see. We're stuck. We're stuck right now. And Q by the time that pivot point just very slow. They don't want the smoke. Ooh, 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 ooh. Little bit lag, little bit lag. No excuses. NQ tapping that pivot point, rejecting a little bit. No opportunity just yet. Join. Come on. What's Bitcoin doing? I'm playing this one. Hold on, chat. Believe we're stuck again. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Yoink. Oof. I'm gonna go for 1v1s. We're already sixth. We're already six. We're done. Yesterday was my day for Snake.io. I'm back to noob status. It is what it is. What's your hockey setup? Yeah. What to do? Trying to reclaim support of that pivot point, trying to bounce. ES is trying to come up. NQ looks like it's trying to come down. NQ 30 minute looks like a lot bullish. A lot more bullish. Don't know, chat. Just waiting. Tapping that pivot point again. ATR is now 9.5. Uh, all right, let's watch this video. Full Air Force One gaggle video release of President Trump taking questions during flight to U.S. This happened around 12 hours ago when he was President Trump speaks to reporters on Air Force One flight from Scotland to Washington, D.C. This is when he left his Scotland brand new golf course grand opening and then flew back to Washington, D.C.
Hello, everybody. I hope you had a good time in beautiful Scotland. Did a lot of work with the European Union, and yesterday I spent pretty much a whole day with the Prime Minister of UK, and we had a lot of good discussions. Although I see something came up today which is interesting. So, go ahead. Hello.
Hi, Mr. President.
Can we ask about that? Can we ask about that, please? On Gaza, Keir Starmer has just announced the UK will recognise Palestinian sovereignty in September if Israel does not commit to a ceasefire, ease the suffering in Gaza, and commit to a long-term solution that would deliver the two-state solution in the Middle East. Did you know that was coming?
No, we never discussed it. Surprisingly, it was never really discussed. Maybe a little bit at the news conference, but he was sort of discussing it with you. We never did discuss it, and we have no view on that. We're going to get a lot of money to the area so they can get some food. He's going to also. I think the European Union is going to put up money too for food, and hopefully it's going to be properly distributed, and it will be. I think it will be. We have some pretty good response on people for the distribution of the food.
Mr. President.
We want to take it one thing at a time. They need food, and they need people to be able to get them the food.
But to follow up on that, I mean, is there any use at all in pressuring Israel now to come to some sort of longer-term solution?
Well, you could make the case that you're rewarding people, that, you know, you're rewarding Hamas if you do that. And I don't think they should be rewarded. So I'm not in that camp, to be honest. We'll let you know where we are in, but I am not in that camp.
Mr. President,
because if you do that, you really are rewarding Hamas. And I'm not about to do that.
Mr. President, you mentioned setting up food centers. When can we expect to see
Very
those
soon.
food centers?
Yeah, very soon. So we sent $60 million. It's a lot of money for food, a lot of money that can take care of people for a long time. And we want to make sure it's being spent properly.
And
part of the spending is the distribution. If you know, a lot of money's been sent by other countries, but nothing compared to us. But a lot of things have been stolen. They send money, they send food, and Hamas steals it. So it's a tricky little game. But we're going to make sure we have some very good people. They're going to be watching it.
Who is going to be running those food centers for you, and what kind of oversight?
Well,
can
we're
we
going to be
expect?
dealing with Israel, and we think they can do a good job of it. And they want to do it.
Of monitoring the food centers?
No, they want to do it. The food centers, yeah. They want to preside over the food centers to make sure the distribution is proper.
Vice President, we all had a great time seeing that beautiful course, but there's some critics who say this was a promotional trip for you. And
That it was what?
that it promoted you and your business personally. What do you say to that?
I haven't heard that, no. I haven't heard that. Did you get to see my drive in the first hole?
You hit it straight and pretty high.
I did. Pretty long. Pretty long. That's no Joe Biden, let me tell you. That's not Biden, right? That was a good drive.
When did you last speak to Prime Minister Netanyahu, and when will you speak to him?
2 days ago.
How many?
2 days ago.
When do you think you'll
I said, we sent money, and I want to make sure the money is spent wisely and is spent judiciously, and that food is distributed in a proper manner. And he wants to do that.
You know, one thing about this Israel Palestinian outrage, whatever you want to call it, war, genocide, however you guys want to phrase it, the leaders of the world are really, really, really like on Palestinian side verbally, but they really are not sending aid like that. They aren't really sending food like that. And I guess on their stance, it's because they don't trust Israel to dispense it properly to the Palestinian people. They think Israel thinks Hamas is just going to take it. And then Piers Morgan also cited that at food centers that Israelis ran, just every single day they would kill a certain percentage of Palestinians, and it was just a pattern Pierce was hitting on just again and again and again. And he literally did like 3 weeks of days, 3 weeks of days in a row, 21 days in a row or whatever. And it was just more and more and more by the day. It's an interesting pattern, but you don't see leaders of the world like UK, Italy, Canada, any of them that are crying about this situation, which it is a travesty and it should end immediately, in my opinion. It's very hard to settle, and they've been trying to settle it for a while now, like 250 years, 100 years, 80 years. Not 250 years, like 80 or 60 years. Since Israel was formed and England gave them to it, but they've been trying to settle this, the war, etc., etc. It's just interesting how no one else wants to provide aid, financial aid, etc., to actually feed the Palestinians, but they just want to cry verbally, tweet about it on Twitter, X. It's just interesting. The U.S. is the only one actually sending money to feed Palestinians.
President, you talked about moving Palestinians out of Gaza. You said that in the past. Do you still support that idea?
Well, it's a concept that some people fell in love with and some people don't. We really have to see how it all works out before we do that. But, you know, you could do something spectacular, but that's a different concept. You could also probably do it if you left some. Some are leaving automatically, you know that. Some would like to leave. I think many would like to leave if they were given an alternative. They really have no alternative now. But certainly that was a concept that was really embraced by a lot of people. But also some people didn't like it.
Prime Minister Starmer, he was kind of critical of Israel and said more pressure needed to be put on Israel to allow food to get in at speed. Do you feel that Israel is a good...
I think Israel wants to do it, actually. I think Israel wants to do that. They're going to want to... and I can tell you that they want to do it. They don't want Hamas stealing the money or stealing the food. And that's what they've been doing.
Do you think Israel can be trusted to outwork them faster?
Look, I think Israel wants to do it. And they'll be good at doing it. If they do it, and if they really want to do it, and I think they do, they'll do a good job. The food will be properly preserved.
There's a perception maybe that Keir Starmer didn't do so well in the press conference yesterday. Do you have any words of support for him?
I thought he did well in the press conference, and I thought, you know, I think they made a good deal. I think we all made a good deal. Why, are you hearing otherwise? I guess you are.
I think the feeling is that he was maybe a little weak and didn't really have very strong answers, and maybe wasn't entirely honest about free speech and immigration.
I don't know. I like him. I think he's good. I think he's a great representative for UK. I haven't heard that.
In your meeting with John Swinney today, did you offer to drop tariffs on Scotch whisky?
No, we really didn't discuss it much, but I have a lot of respect for him.
Mr. President,
And I didn't have a lot of respect for the woman that preceded him. I thought she was terrible as the First Minister of Scotland. But I think John is doing a very good job as First Minister.
Mr. President, your Treasury Secretary and Hunter Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce, the China talks wrapped today. Any sort of reaction coming out of the meeting? They're extending the truce. Are you pleased with that?
I just had a phone call from Scott Bessent and had a very good meeting with China. And it seems that, I mean, they're going to brief me tomorrow. We'll either approve it or not. But he felt very good about the meeting. Better than he felt yesterday. Yesterday I said, "Ooh, here we go again. Here we go again." But today it worked out very well. I think the result is probably
I saw a report from Reuters that India is preparing to face higher U.S.
NQ is about to flush the high market. High market today at 23,541. Pivot point up top at 23,545. It's spiking pretty volatilely. Has some volatility going into this. ES coming up. Nvidia now up 2%. It's just slowly grinding up. I also have this target right here, 23,559. So we're just waiting.
tariffs between 20 and 25%. Is that what you're tracking, or what do you think the rate will be for
That
India?
they are going to pay 25%.
Yeah, that India is preparing to face higher U.S. tariffs between 20 and 25%.
Yeah, I think so. Look, they're my friends, and he's my friend. And, you know, they ended the war with Pakistan at my request, and that was great.
Solo asks, how do you feel about shorting pre-market highs and longing pre-market lows? Absolutely not. The market loves when market opens to be very volatile, and I'll instantly get that account blown. Now, if I started with micros instead of minis, you could do that, but there's like no point. Just get the entry, and in my opinion, for me personally, I'll just get the entry when markets open, when I see the clear direction, when it taps the pivot point, etc. Now, if it's a massive flush down, sure, but very rarely, very rarely. NQ just flushed that high of day. Almost tapped the pivot point up top as well. We are looking for that trade. Just waiting.
Pakistan did also, you know.
Very low volatility too. It did it with very low volatility. ATR was only at 9.
A lot of great settlements, including the recent one, as you know, with Cambodia, blah, blah, blah. So that was a great one. I think that's been pretty well finalized now, right?
I don't know, I'm asking you.
Did I do a good job in that one? I did a good job in about 5 different wars. Do you think I'll get credit for it? No.
So-
Will I get credit for it? She'll say yes. No.
Is the deal with India finalized?
No, it's not.
Okay. So what rate are you expecting?
Well, we're going to see. We're going to see. But India's been a good friend. But India has charged basically more tariffs than almost any other country. You know that, right? Over the years. But now I'm in charge, and you just can't do that. I think the trade deals are working out very well, hopefully for everybody. But for the United States, they're very, very good.
Mr. President, Wall Street LPA's lawyers are seeking to depose Robert Murdoch.
Remember, this is 12 hours ago. Trump literally just put a 25% tariff on India because they're dealing with Russia, buying their energy, selling military supplies or buying military supplies. I forget which one. But since India is doing business with Russia, Trump enforced a 25% tariff plus penalties on top of that. So that just happened at 8:22 a.m. this morning, little after this flight he took 12 hours ago.
Robert Murdoch, pardon me. Can you say what the lawyers hope to get out of that?
Oh, I don't know. We're going to see. It's in the lawyer's hands. I've been treated very unfairly by the Wall Street Journal and everything. I mean, I don't know. They even hired people from the Washington Post, third-rate reporters, gossip-type reporters. It's all gossip. And, you know, I've been treated badly by the Wall Street Journal. I would have assumed that Rupert Murdoch controls it, but, you know, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. They are talking to us about doing something, but we'll see what happens. Maybe they would like us to drop that. So we'll see.
Is that what your settlement talks?
Yeah, they want to settle it.
Is money involved?
No, he's treated us wrong. I mean, you know, when I get treated unfairly, I do things about it. So we'll see what happens.
On Gaza, last week you were rather dismissive of President Macron, but he recognised the Palestinian state.
No, I'm not dismissive. That's his opinion. You know, he can have an opinion. It doesn't mean I have to agree. Emmanuel's a good man. He works hard. Got a lot to say about everything.
But now you're saying you're not taking a view on Keir Starmer's announcement. Does that mean you want?
No, I guess Starmer's doing the same as Macron, right? He's basically, is he saying the same thing? I think so. Essentially, they're saying the same thing, and that's okay. But, you know, it doesn't mean I have to agree.
Mr. President, you said yesterday you're falling out with Jeffrey Epstein was over him taking some of the workers from your business. But your administration in the past said that you threw him out because he was a creep. So can you explain that discrepancy?
Well, maybe they're the same thing. You know, sort of a little bit of the same thing. But no, he took people that worked for me, and I told him don't do it anymore, and he did it. And I said, stay the hell out of here.
What did they do? Go ahead.
So is that what was meant by being
Who are you with?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm the travel bull, but I'm with NBC News.
NBC fake news. Okay, NBC's one of the worst. What else?
On Air Force One, the new Air Force One, when do you expect to be flying on the new?
I think by they say February, maybe much sooner than the others. The others are being built. Long time build. That's a long time build. Now they're not normal 747s. They have a lot of things on them that another plane wouldn't have. But we'll get this one a year and a half, 2 years earlier.
How much will it cost to retrofit?
I don't know. It's up to the military. I don't know. I really don't know. I haven't been involved. It's their plane. It's the Air Force. They'll be spending an amount of money. It is a different plane because it becomes for military use. So, but I don't know what the number.
There is a question about whether the amount that it'll cost in the hundreds of millions of dollars, whether that's worth it, considering how little time it will be.
Well, it's a great plane. It's one of the best planes in the world. The Air Force is going to have it. We're going to have a great 747. We need it. If you look at this plane, it's 32, 34, 35. I don't know. It's old. It's a good plane, but it's old. You can't get parts for it anymore. It's very hard to get parts. They have to go and take from the older planes. So it was time. When you look at 747s and the heads of state from, especially the Arab countries, you look at from Saudi Arabia, from some of those countries, and you put it next to this, it doesn't show well for the United States. And if you remember, it was Obama that wanted to get the plane. He was the one ready to sign a contract.
Thank you.
And because he wanted to sign it, I assumed they paid too much, and I was able to get about $1.7 billion off the price, maybe $1.5 billion to $1.7 billion off the price for the exact same plane. And they're building it, but they're taking a lot longer than they should have taken.
There's a report that the Secret Service agent tried to get his wife on his book.
I just heard that. That's a weird deal. He was going to leave the wife in the car? Wouldn't you think that might be a little dangerous? I don't know if that has proper compression. I don't know. That's a strange one. I just heard that 2 minutes ago. I think Sean's taking care of it.
Mr. President, you talked about
Is that a serious story?
I think it's happening.
They're going to keep her in the car, and she's going to be in a freighter?
Well, you tell me the details.
Those freighters that don't have,
He's going to keep her in the car. Tell us how he's going to work.
I don't want to get involved, but it's a strange story. I just heard that one.
Mr. President, you said that you were going to set the
Did a Secret Service member had the wife in a car under the plane on Air Force One? Is that what I just heard? What the hell is that story?
The British farmers are so
That's a strange
What
story.
you said yesterday about the importance of farming. We have changed inheritance tax, death taxing.
Well, farmers are so important. So farmers are, they liked what I said on a couple of things yesterday. They liked what I said for the farm. I'm a big farmer person. I love the farmers. I think they're great. And We have to steer the
Norman Gapper just said, I think the 550 NQ is inbound. He said that a little while ago.
laws so the farmers don't get hurt in our country and in their country. But Europe has a big immigration problem. But they also liked when I said that they have one of the worst mayors anywhere in the world in London. He's a horrible mayor, nasty guy, stupid guy in my opinion, but he's a nasty man. And I want nothing to do with him. But I didn't think it was a big statement. And so many people said, thank you for saying that. He's a bad guy. Khan is his name, I guess. He's done a lousy job, I can tell you that. Terrible mayor. No, but people liked it so much when I said that.
Mr. President, yesterday you mentioned that you would change the Russia deadline to 10 to 12 days. Has that started yet, or when can we see the official statement that is the new deadline?
I'll tell you what, I'll give it to you now. Do you want a big scoop?
Yes, please.
Everybody else, close your ears, okay? You ready?
I'm ready.
10 days from today.
Got it.
Okay?
Got it.
We have a scoop. And then, we're going to put on tariffs and stuff, and I don't know if it's going to affect Russia, because he wants to obviously probably keep the war going. But we're going to put on tariffs and the various things that you put on. It may or may not affect them, but it could.
Are you working for any of the families of the victims of the Daytrading shooting?
I don't want to tell you that. I don't want to tell you that. That's a very, boy, that's a bad one. That's a bad one, but I won't tell you about that.
Have you talked to Mayor Adams? Have you spoken with Mayor
I have,
Adams?
yeah.
One of the other things I really
It may or may not affect them, but it could.
Are you working for any of the families of the victims of the Daytrading shooting?
I don't want to tell you that. I don't want to tell
The New York Manhattan shooting, the reporter asked if you talked to any of the victims, and Trump said he doesn't want to talk about that.
That's a very, boy, that's a bad one. That's a bad one, but I won't tell you about that.
Have you talked to Mayor Adams? Have you spoken with Mayor
I have,
Adams?
yeah.
One of the other things our readers liked from yesterday was when you were talking so forcefully about illegal immigration in the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
One of the big political flashpoints is migrant hotels, where people are being put up while their claims are processed. People see it as a
In beautiful luxury hotels.
They also think there's no security and it's a problem for their communities. Is that a real? Does Britain need an alligator Alcatraz?
It's not alligator. It's just that they're putting people in luxury hotels, and other people that are working their asses off are living, from hand to mouth. They're not living the same way. I mean, I looked at some of the hotels they're using, and they've done it in our country also. They put them in like the best hotels anywhere in the world because they could get rooms there, thousands of dollars a night, and other people are living out on the streets, including our veterans. They can't get a room. Our veterans are living on the streets. There are pictures of our veterans saying right by the door where they're walking in to live, and the veterans are sitting out on the sidewalk in front of a fancy hotel, and the illegals are coming into that hotel and staying there for a week. And it's no good.
Just to button up on our level, you're saying that Jeffrey Epstein poached 2 of your staffers. Who were they?
Yeah, I don't want to say 2, or I don't want to say any number you're talking about many years ago, but yeah, he took people, and because he took people, I say, don't do it anymore. They work for me. And he took, beyond that, he took some others, and once he did that, that was the end of him. I didn't like, when they steal people, I don't like it.
Did anybody ever go to prison for a social media post?
Are you saying that that's taking place in the UK?
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hearing that. Well, I looked at it yesterday. Well, they said they canceled Truth Social. I'll bet it's uncanceled very quickly. I'll bet it's uncanceled. Yeah. No, it's a little different. It's different. I see it in some countries that you would never suspect it. Not only there. I've seen it in other countries where, they're like bread and pudding countries, I think, and then all of a sudden they become somewhat violent. When people go socialistic, or when you get the radical left or the left going in, the countries actually become very mean. They become 2 things, mean and incompetently run simultaneously. How is Caroline doing? Is she doing a good job? Look at her. She's such a star. Come on, Caroline. Come here. Chloe, do you want to come over? Chloe is she's a great golfer, a great talented golfer. She's probably the most talented golfer other than Kai, but I think it's about the same, right? Don't you think?
Yeah.
She hits the ball long. This little girl has a lot of muscle, right?
Yeah.
So, and she wins every tournament she plays in of her age.
Yes, very fun.
You love golf, right?
Yes.
But she's a great athlete.
How did the golf course play today? And
Great.
did anyone in your foursome hit that massive bunker on the night?
That is a massive bunker. Fortunately, nobody did. Well, I played 2 of the guys who were pros and really good players. And one of them won the tournament last year, and you can see they were very good players.
Who at the moment holds the course record?
Well, we played a first round. We only played 1 round. This was our first round, so I'd have to go into that exactly. But they're 2 both really good players. One of them, is the one who, the story. Beam. You know what that is? So he took Tiger. I guess 18 holes. Tiger, went wild with his putting, meaning he started dropping putts from all over the place, and Tiger took him. But that's the quality. They're really good players. We had those 2 guys and terrific guys, 2 terrific guys. We had a good time. But I was watching. The only shot that mattered to me was the driver of the first hole, because if I would have missed it, you would not have let me forget it.
Did you take a bit of a practice on the driving range beforehand?
I hit some. Yeah, I did. I hit some balls on the driving range. It's a great course. It's a great course. It's been fantastic. I built one, and then I had to build this one. Otherwise, you would have lost your zoning. You have for like a certain period of time to build it. So they built it and opened. My son did a very good job on building it.
You said you thought it would be a nice to enforce that. Are you talking about environmental regulations?
Yeah, we obey the regulations, the environmental regulations. You really want to. and it's top of the line. It's really, the pros were saying this is as good as any course they've ever played. It's as good as it gets.
The course was surrounded by windmills. Did you talk to Stormer?
I did. Yeah, I think windmills are a disgrace. I think they hurt everything they touch. They're ugly. They're very inefficient. It's the most expensive form of energy there is. People hate it when they become visible from their house. When you see them from a house, the value goes down by 50% and more. They make noise. When they're out in the ocean, they're bad for the sea life. Very bad for the whales, obviously, because they wash up on shore like 9 times more than they did without them. No, they are really bad, and they cost a lot of money. You know, there's not a wind farm that's put up without subsidy. So instead of making money, what they should do is open up the whole north coast oil. They have tremendous oil right there, right where we play, and they made it impossible for people to drill. It's crazy. It's, that's one of the best oil areas in the world. They made it impossible for people to take it out. Instead, they put up these ugly windmills all over the country and all over the world. I don't know what it is. Nobody likes them. They have the greatest lobby, but it's starting. I think I'm starting to get to it now. They're bad energy. They look bad. They kill the birds. They're really terrible things, and it's the most expensive energy of any energy there is. And in fact, not every, I guess, I don't know, maybe some, but almost every windmill put up needs subsidy from the government. So instead of making money, they lose money, and that's why UK energy costs are very high. Because when we were flying over the plane, they were all over the place. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing. I'll say it till I can't speak anymore. And I think we are having an impact, and they're starting to take a lot of windmills down. I mean, they're literally starting to take them down. They don't work, they're bad, and they're too costly. And every year you see them up there, the government is paying a lot of money. Whereas if you have oil, if you have other forms of energy, you make money on it. In other words, you bring down taxes.
Well, your friend Bryson DeChambeau said LIV tour players weren't playing enough links golf. Is that something we might see at
Well, links golf is just different golf. It's quite a bit different. I love Bryson. Bryson's great. He's a great player, very powerful guy, long hitter, great putter, great everything. And it's interesting because he plays well in links courses.
Is that in the future for the Greatest 36?
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, we have a tournament this weekend there, and we have another tournament next weekend, big tournaments. And we're looking to get the Irish Open at Doonbeg, and I have a course at Doonbeg in Ireland. And we have a lot of great tournaments coming to mind. I build the best courses. That's not only said by me, that's said by everybody.
Back to Russia, sir. Since you made the announcement of the 10 to 12 days, have you gotten any feedback or any officials got any feedback that it had a response that Russia is going to do something?
No, I haven't had any response. It's a shame. So I used to say to you, 5,000 people die a week. Now it's 7,000 people are dying a week.
Wow.
Mostly Ukrainian and Russian soldiers, but people also from having bombs dropped on their head. The disgusting war.
How worried are you on the oil markets if you were to put sanctions on Russia?
I don't worry about it. We have so much oil in our country. We'll just step it up even further. I mean, oil is down pretty low right now. We'll step it up even further.
I heard you mention compression. How are you feeling out there when you're playing? Like, how did you feel? I think it's the first time you played since you saw the dock, right?
I felt good. I thought it was great. I thought the course was great. It looks even more beautiful than I thought. You know, we did the first one like 11 years, 12 years ago, and it's gotten tremendous reviews. It's one of the best courses in the world, and I had the other piece of land to do this one, also on the ocean and the North Sea. And we really have, and by the way, the North Sea is the exact term for the oil. They have the greatest, among the greatest reserves. It's tremendous, and they're not using it. Instead, they're putting up these stupid windmills. It's so crazy. UK could reduce their energy costs by 70% if they would use the North Sea oil.
Do you guys think that Russia-Ukraine war is ever going to come to an end? Or is Putin just going to not stop till all Ukraine, or most of Ukraine? I mean, he already has a good chunk of it. But do you guys think he's not going to stop? I mean, this is ramping up more and more by the month. Getting pretty serious, pretty fast.
It just doesn't make sense. It's just not a liberal thing to do, but it's becoming more of a liberal thing to do. I love being out there. It was great. Good feeling.
Mr. President, the UK and the US both have increasingly unhealthy populations.
Is that what they say?
We do.
Well, I can see it.
I'm interested in the work that
I can see it.
healthy again.
I can see it. I should think about it for myself. Bobby's doing a great job. People are loving Bobby Kennedy and the whole group, Dr. Oz, Marty McCary. We have a fantastic group, and you're going to see a lot of things happening over the next couple of months. I mean, true activists, and you know, they're going with the science. And you know, if you take a look at some of the problems, some of the diseases that are coming up to a level that we've never seen before, there's something wrong. There's something wrong, and I think we're going to solve the problem. But he's really working hard. All we're doing now is statistics, and I think we're going to make a big change. We're going to save a lot of lives. You know, when the babies are born and they end up having problems that they've never had before, and by like 15 and 20 times more. So there's something wrong, and we're going to find what it is pretty soon. We think pretty soon.
Mr. President, Epstein has a certain reputation, obviously. Just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Were some of them
young women?
Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken, and it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
What did they do?
In the spa.
Jobs.
In the spa.
Yeah, it's people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago, and people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine, and then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Jeffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know. None whatsoever.
We've seen how good your security detail is this weekend, and the team around you.
They've done a good job. Yeah.
Do you have any answers yet as to what happened with the assassination attempts? Having seen them in action, it seems remarkable that was...
You mean the assassination with... They just weren't as good that day. They had a bad day. They shouldn't have had a roof that was, unpatrolled. They should have had coordination with the local police because, you had a lot of talk going on. You had the woman screaming, there's a man up there with a gun. And a number of people were screaming, there's a guy up there with a gun. And they didn't have... the one group wasn't hooked into the other group. I'll tell you, the Secret Service shooter, David, was amazing. Because in 4 seconds, it was over. And if this lunatic was allowed to keep shooting, because they had a lot of tens of thousands of people there, so a lot of people could have been killed. I mean, we lost a great person and 2 people very badly injured. But the shooter, 1 bullet, think of that, 1 bullet from a very far distance. It's amazing. So he was great.
Do you feel like it's changed you as a person?
I don't know, maybe and maybe not, but it's, I like to not think about it. It affects some people greatly. I can't afford to be affected because I have a job to do, so I like not to think about it. If I think about it too much, it's probably not a good thing.
Does it not go through your mind at all?
Why are you watching news? Trade with logic, strategy, and risk management. News trumps everything, just so you guys understand. And also, we're still waiting for a trade. Very low low volatility. ATR is below 9 now. It went up, tapped this pivot point. I almost took a long here, decided not to. Too low volatility, just gonna let it play out till it hits my target. Then I'll take a trade. Just slowly going down, slowly grinding down. But if you guys think news is not important to keep up to date with, then trading is not for you guys. You guys think keeping up with news is not important. You guys have no idea what you're talking about. One tweet from Trump. This week's down 100 points. This week's up 100 points. Ceasefire with Russia and Ukraine. This can wake up 1,000 points, 500 points, 300 points. I mean, the Gaza-Israel situation gets resolved. Some tariffs get put on or lifted. This is instantly up, instantly down. News trumps everything.
When you're outside, there's a crowd. And
I don't think about it. I don't. I think you see the kind of protection now. I think they're very good. It's a whole different level. Look, these people went to Biden and Biden's people and asked for more help because I was having rallies, 60,000, 70,000 people. I had 115,000 people, and Biden would have 2 people. Nobody wanted to see the guy, and he'd have a bigger security detail than I had. And they were asking, Sean and the various people were asking for more people, and they were denied. So they denied him, and so you could make that case. I don't think they made that case well because I knew for a fact that they were asking for more people a lot. They have said it, but not that publicly. But they wanted more people, and the Biden people would not give it to them. And we had massive crowds. You were there. We would have routinely 50, 60, 70,000 people, and he would have nobody. He couldn't fill the circles, the 8 circles, and he didn't need very many people. And so that was a problem too.
Can I ask about the First Lady? You mentioned a couple of weeks ago her role in talking to you about the war in Ukraine, and perhaps a big part of your evolution in thinking. Have you discussed the crisis in Gaza and the terrifying...
I have, and she thinks it's terrible, and she sees the same pictures that you see, and that we all see, and I think everybody, unless they're pretty cold-hearted or worse than that, nuts. There's nothing you can say other than it's terrible when you see the kids. And those are kids, whether they talk starvation or not, those are kids that are starving. I mean, they are starving. And you see the mothers, they love them so much, and there's just nothing they seem to be able to do. They got to get them food, and we're going to get them food.
Do you plan to attend the G20 summit this year?
I don't think so, no. I think maybe I'll send somebody else. Because I've had a lot of problems with South Africa, and they have some very bad policies. Very, very bad policies, like policies where people are being killed. A lot of people are being killed. So I think I probably won't. I'd like to, but I don't think I will.
Any update on when you'll meet with President Xi? When can we expect that?
Oh, he wants to meet, and I look forward to the meeting too, but I would say before the end of the year. I mean, just to go full circle. So we had a very good meeting today. If you would have asked me the question yesterday, no, it wasn't looking too good, I would have said, maybe I might have said nothing, but I might have also said it wasn't going too good. I just heard from Scott that the meeting went very well today with China. Thank you all very much. Enjoy the flight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Did I miss any news while we were going over that? That was the gaggle on Air Force One 12 hours ago when Trump was on the way from Scotland to Washington, D.C. No Trump tweets. We're still waiting. That Trump signed congressional bill is still at 1 p.m. EST in 23 minutes. Still waiting, Chad. Still waiting. NQ did slowly grind up from the VWAP bounce. Retook this pivot point, consolidated a little bit, and then retook the high of day. High of day at 23,542. Took that, created a new high of day, tapped that pivot point up top at 23,545. Then it's on a slow grind down now. Starting to reject the 21 EMA on the NQ 2-minute chart. May fall to the NQ 21 EMA on the NQ 5-minute chart. Maybe. So on the regular YouTube stream, are you profitable or negative or learning? 47% are profitable, 5% are negative, 47% are learning. On the YouTube short stream, 133 votes, 28% are profitable, 21% are negative, 51% are learning. You mentioned a lot, just curious how you personally use the average true range. Oh, the ATR, it's just a volatility indicator. Right now ATR is at 8.26. For some reason I thought you were talking about the 21 EMA or something else. The ATR, the average true range, it's at 8.26. It's just a gauge of volatility in the market, but you also use that in coherence with the VIX. Volatility index is ticked up a little bit. It's at 16.02, up 0.3% on the day. So you use the ATR with the VIX and you get a pretty good gauge of where the volatility is, how it's acting. But the ATR is just how quick the chart's going to move up and down. Volatility, how fast the moves will be, how far they'll move up, how far they'll move down. It's just a good gauge. Just another indicator to use. Legend said I'm up 2.5k. I gotta get some running around done. Have a great day. All good luck on the trades. Appreciate it, Legend. Have a great day. Good stuff. Good stuff. Up 2.5k today. Very solid. Very solid. Gapper short of the market, 25 points so far, and NQ short 20. ATR good for risk management and take profits. True. Thank you. When is the next news? At 1 p.m. EST. 1 p.m. EST. Trump signing congressional bill in 20 minutes. He could be late. He also could not do it at all. At 2 p.m. we have the U.S. interest rate decision, FOMC rate statement. Market is waiting for that. That's why it is so low volatility. It's also the latter half of the day. We'll see if he comes on, signs congressional bill. It's probably an obligation he cannot step away from too easily. So in 19 minutes, we'll see if he jumps on. And Q tap that pivot point, 23,520. And Q 5-minute, about to tap the 21 EMA. Appreciate the file, Ingel. Appreciate the file, Igor. Appreciate you. Nvidia is up 1.98%. The Russell 2000 is up 0.75%. The Nasdaq is up. The regular Nasdaq is up 0.38%. The S&P 500 is up 0.2%. The Dow is slightly up 0.04%. The dollar's up 0.65%. The S&P 500 futures, the ES, is up 0.15%. The NQ futures are up 0.3%. Tesla is down 1.15%. Google is up 0.6%. Google's coming down a bit. NQ 5-minute bounce all the 21 EMA. NQ 2-minute bounce all that pivot point. Tap of the 21 EMA. Google's up 0.7%. Amazon is down 0.3%. Microsoft's flat. Meta is up 0.15%. Apple is down 0.6%. Netflix is up 0.65%. MicroStrategy up 1.85%. Palantir up 1%. GME up 1%. Costco up 0.6%. Alibaba down 0.65%. Avgo is up 0.85%. AMD is up 0.5%. QCOM is down 1%. Adobe is down 0.12%. Voyager Technologies, a newer stock to the Nasdaq, is up 3.53%. Robinhood is up 2.6%. Bitcoin is slightly down 0.15%. ETH is slightly down 0.1%. Solana is down 1.5% on the day. XRP is up 0.25% on the day. ES is bouncing. NQ is bouncing, get above the 20 EMA. Okay. ES is above the VWAP 100 MA, 200 SMA. Looks like it wants to fall to it. NQ is above. NQ 30 minutes above the 200 SMA, VWAP 100 MA. Looks like it wants to fall down at least to the 100 MA though. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Troy, I'm using 150K take profit trader accounts linked to Ninja Trader. Hey Chris, man, how are you? What's up, High Riser? Any position, man? I'm not in a position currently. We've been out of position for about 30-40 minutes now. We're just waiting. Troy, if you want, I live stream every single trade I take. You can go back and review every single trade I ever have taken. This is the 52nd day in a row of the market. Me trading. All documented, my friend. Have fun. Appreciate you. NQ trying to bounce. I don't believe it though. I don't believe it. Why would I do that, Troy? I don't talk about how much I make. You guys can see enough. You really want, you can go back in every single live I've ever done and calculate it. Bitcoin kind of looks like it wants to flush down. It's still in this consolidation zone though. I really thought a trade opportunity would come this week. I mean, technically this was one. I just didn't want to take it. Bounced right where this pivot point was. Kind of waiting for Bitcoin to get over this. This is a $1,000. We put $1,000 in this account. We're up 34%. We're waiting for a trade. If you guys are just joining, we've been waiting for a week. Low over. Has been an opportunity. Do you trade in gold? No, I do not, high rise. You are like the 36th person who has come in here and told me to trade gold, and I still have not listened. If you guys are just new here, we are waiting for a trade, waiting for the true opportunity, waiting for a key pivot point. Also at 1 p.m. in 11 minutes, 11 p.m. 11 minutes, 1 p.m. EST, Trump is signing a congressional bill. He may push it off, he may not. I don't think he can easily push that off, but he can do whatever he wants, I suppose. Also at 2 p.m. we have the key U.S. interest rate decision, FOMC rate statement. And then at 2:30 we have FOMC press conference with Chair Jerome Powell. We still have a lot of opportunities, a lot of stuff left on the docket that can create volatility. ATR is currently at 7.8. The market is waiting for this key red flash news. Waiting. Also, what Trump says, Trump did impose a 25% tariff on India because they're doing business with Russia. We did have positive news, positive ADP and employment change, positive GDP quarter over quarter advanced, and other a little negative MBA mortgage applications, but that's to be expected. Penny home sales came in a little negative. EIA crude oil inventories came in a little negative. So everyone's just waiting for this. Waiting for this news. Also, if you guys want this, Financial Juice, this is the docket for the day. Real-time news as it comes out. Everything is linked below. Also, if you're new here, if you are gaining value, learn what to do, what not to do, smash that like button and follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I'm live every single day, trading the market at 9:30 a.m. EST. Hello, what pair are we trading? Jesse, I am trading the NASDAQ future indices. The future indices of the NASDAQ. Gepper. What's up, OB? What's up, Iran? Hello. Hello, bro. Which app you use? This is NinjaTrader. Proper accounts connected to NinjaTrader. Troy, appreciate the follow. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, Gapper. How I know you're a little private also. You don't like talking about how much you make, etc., etc. You say you're up 20 points so far in NQ short. What kind of contract size are you in? Are you in with micros, minis? I know with you, you're in minis, but how many? 1, 2, 5, 10? I know you get a little crazy. Nvidia's up 2%. Tesla's down 1.12%. ES is starting to round up. NQ breaking out of this trend line. Resistance trend line. Nvidia's coming up. I really don't want to trade until it's news. It's so low volatility that I'm only gonna be able to scalp about 5-10 points. Plus, I want to hold the trade for 20 minutes plus. Appreciate the file or W Viper. Appreciate you guys. You guys want to go above and beyond, link below to join the memberships, become an insider, and get behind the scenes access to what I do, and just decisions on the social media channel, what to change, what not to change, emojis to implement, and also you get access to very dope emojis. Jerome Powell, which is about to show up at 2:30, you can be spamming them emojis. The Jerome Powell is by far my favorite one. You have access to Trump, Elon, Caroline Levitt, Bitcoin emoji. The best emojis in the game by far. Most YouTubers just slap something on, but I created loyalty badges to my design that I like and emojis that I prefer and the community likes. No slacking over here. Just waiting, chat. Waiting. Waiting for an opportunity. ATR is the lowest I've seen in a while. 7.76. What's up, Chandra? Low. Market is moving at a snail's pace, chat. Absolute snail's pace. Insane. People think this is going up. Vote in the poll, chat. Vote in the poll. Vote in the poll. Or are you think it's going up or down? Vote on the poll, vote on the poll, vote on the poll. Again, I think market's waiting 5 minutes until the Trump signing a congressional bill. We'll have that ready. He might be a little late. He also might wait. About to see. And Q falling down back into the trend line. Looked above it, now back in it, below the swollen EMA as well. Touch 50 before FOMC. Oof. It has potential. It depends what it wants to do. There's a lot of coil, a lot of consolidation, and a lot of support points to the downside. Support point near 23,500. You have the NQ 30-minute VWAP, ES VWAP, 200 SMA. There's a lot of support points. Let me update the position. 23,500 is the VWAP on the NQ 30-minute chart. 200 SMA on the NQ 30-minute is at 23,477. Move that. The VIX volatility index is coming up a slight amount. NQ 30-minute, Williams R 120-day, tap neutral, coming down a little bit. RSI above the MA, very crucial, but it's coming down a little bit. ES 1 minute, tapping the MA. It's starting to reject a little bit. Starting to reject. Why are these so out of whack? I'll mess with that in a minute. Williams R 120 day getting over ball territory on the ES 1 minute. Why are these? Yes, looks like it's gonna flush down the 200 SMA, 100 MA, VWAP. Tesla now down 1%. Nvidia holding at 2% up. Russell 2000 is up 0.85%. The Dow Jones Industry is flat. Green but flat. What's up, Take? Hello from Lithuania. Shout out. Good morning, good afternoon from the US. Greetings from the US. What's up, Joe? Appreciate the file, Viper. Appreciate you. A lot of people think this is going down. YouTube short stream thinks this is going up. Vote in the poll, vote in the poll, vote in the poll, chat. All right, 1 minute until Trump is scheduled to be signing a congressional bill. I'm assuming the press will be involved. He may be a little late. We'll see. Airbus will open a second China assembly line this year. NQ bouncing higher, low, getting above that pivot point again. Bouncing on the 20 EMA, bouncing across that resistance trend line. Not bad. Pivot point to the upside at 23,545. I'm gonna clean up the chart a bit, get rid of that. No point for it. Let me move this. All this. Yeah, sure. ES is looking weak. Remember, the volatility is so low, so if I were to get in a trade here, it would take probably 20 minutes for it to come to fruition. ATR is ramping up a little bit, but it's still at 8. Tesla's coming up, Nvidia's coming up. Korean minister held trade talks with the U.S. Commerce Secretary Lutnick and the U.S. Trade Representative Greer on Wednesday. That is today. Chandra, subscribing is free. After you subscribe or before you subscribe, the join button is where you have to pay for the membership, become part of the insiders. But subscribing on YouTube is completely free. I know some people get that mixed up, but you can subscribe and click the notification bell after you subscribe. Subscribing is 100% free on YouTube. Appreciate you, Sandra. Appreciate you. Thank you. Trying to come up. Trump is not speaking yet. It could not be a press meeting as well. Could also be delayed by 30 minutes, an hour. They may record it and not live stream it and then put it out. Just came on the docket at 4 p.m. when market closes. Trump delivered remarks on health tech. Also, we have earnings at 4 p.m. at Qualcomm, Microsoft, Meta, Ford, eBay, and then earnings call at 4:45 and 5 p.m. Meta, Ford, Microsoft, Qualcomm, eBay. A lot of news today. A lot of news tomorrow too. Especially at 8:30, U.S. Corsi, PCE, consumer spending, month-over-month, initial jobless claims, Continued jobless claims, employment calls, personal income month-over-month, real personal consumption. U.S. Chicago PMI at 9:45, very important. 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. U.S. 4-week bill. Amazon, Apple earnings after market. Apple and Amazon earning calls after market as well. A lot of news stacked up today and tomorrow. And Friday as well. Should be a very good week. We're just waiting, chat. Waiting. Waiting for news, waiting for volatility, waiting for the opportunities. This is the hardest part of trading by far. This is the hardest part by far. There's a lot of good moments, a lot of bad moments in trading. Depends on your mentality, depends on what you're doing. My chart literally, I thought my chart froze, or I didn't have it wicked in. That's how slow the market's moving. Gotta wait. Wait. Stay patient, wait for it. But being patient, waiting for the correct opportunities, not FOMOing, not over trading is the hardest part by far of trading. Most crucial, most important part by far as well. Your entries are by far the most important. Waiting for the correct entry, staying patient, don't FOMO. There is no fear of missing out. There are no missed opportunities. Okay. See if we're good. Internet's back. If we're back on Rumble. X. Back on YouTube. Very nice. I believe we're back, chat. I believe we're back. Oh, yep, we're back. Nice. Let me just keep this up ready. Just in case. Because we are trading throughout today. No matter what. No matter if the stream goes down, internet goes down, I'll hop on a phone if I need to. We are trading this. No matter what, chat. No matter the hurdles in life, you need to persevere. Some days I take it as a sign and stop, but not today. Not today, chat. My chat's probably got messed up as well. I need to reload those. Let's do a full reset. Full reset, chat. Appreciate you guys. Get this back up. Hopefully no more times. Internet could go down again. I have a lot of family over, but besides that, the last week, internet's been fine for months and months and months. But the past week, it's just been cutting off randomly. May happen again, may not. We'll be back if it does. Regardless. Yeah, we're back. Back for now. For now, at least. What am I doing? Right. Brushing the chat. Beautiful. Thankfully, we did not miss anything. Let's see if Trump is signing that congressional bill yet or not. Fine, that's still fine. Okay. That got pushed off to 1:30. So in 19 minutes, Trump signs congressional bill. In 30 minutes after that, at 2 p.m. EST, U.S. interest rate decision. FOMC rate statement, 2:30 p.m. FOMC press conference with Chair Jerome Powell. Pow, pow, pow. Pow, pow, pow. Kind of getting bullish on the NQ, not gonna lie. This NQ 30 minute does not look bad currently. Just solo volatility. It's kind of creating a lower low, a lower high on the NQ 2 minute though. Not doing it. Never mind. NQ going to looking good, looking bad real fast. ES also creating a lower high. RSI is below MA as well. Indicators are coming down. Korean minister held trade talks. I already said that on Wednesday with Commerce Secretary Lutnick and U.S. Trade Representative Greer. Let me refresh this as well. What? It's bouncing off the 15-minute orb? Is it really? Yeah, it is. It bounced off the 15-minute orb. Boom, boom, boom. A lot of people think this is coming down, chat. A lot of people think this is coming down. Mars moving so slow, I thought I was lagging again. Insane. Just consolidating here. Just consolidating with very low ATR, very low volatility. All it's doing. "14 minutes until Trump is signing congressional bill." That's what it's scheduled for. It could get pushed back even further. He may not want to mess with the 2 p.m., 3 p.m. It could get pushed till after market as well. Appreciate the follow, Denny. Bless me, chat. Bless me. Bless me, bless me, bless me. Could start averaging in along. Could. But it's best just to wait. Low volatility consolidation kind of correlating in a way. Could start averaging in along. Best to just wait. Yep, 100% Mark. That is what we were waiting for. 40 minutes FOMC. US interest rate decision, FOMC rate statement, then at 2:30 FOMC press conference with Jerome Powell. That is why the market is so non-movement, non-volatile, non-everything, non-existent, moving at a snail's pace, moving faster than a grandma walking down the sidewalk. I mean, it's moving faster than everything, moving slower than everything, moving faster than everything, moving sideways, consolidating, coiling up, may pop, may go up, may spike up, who knows, may drop down 1,000 points, who knows. ES is tapping the 100 MA. It's probably likely to come down, wick down, pull back to the 200 SMA, 200 day simple moving average, or the VWAP, the volume weighted average price. Gotta wait and see. What is what's gold and silver up? Silver's a little down, gold's a little down. Silver's down 45 cents, is sitting at $37.88 an ounce. Gold is at $3,312 an ounce, down $21 for the day. I'm probably just gonna long-term hold my silver. Probably just pass on one of my kids in the future. Not an overwhelming amount. Probably just give it to them. Teach them about it, etc., etc. But silver and gold have an opportunity to spike because this is bad to say, but the war, the uncertainty of the war with Russia, Ukraine, how that's ramping up. Deaths went from 500, 700 a week to 2,000 to 5 to 7, and is now sitting at 7,000 a week casualties for the Ukraine-Russia war. So uncertainty and times like that, silver and golds usually come up. That's why they're nearing and ramped up as much as they have. 27 counterparties take 155 billion at Fed reverse repo operation. 8 minutes until Trump is supposed to sign the congressional bill. He may push it off, he may not. That was pushed off from 1 p.m. Just waiting, chat. We're just waiting. Oh, we have the live stream. Live stream loading. President signs congressional bill 4:02 p.m. I will come to this when he is live. NQ trying to break outside the range, that support trend line and the 21 EMA. Still above the NQ 5-minute 21 EMA. Tesla dropping a little bit, Nvidia coming a little up. QCOM is down 0.77%. Adobe, AMD is up 1%. Avgo is up 1%. Adobe is down 0.1%. Costco is up 0.75%. GME, GameStop's up 0.75%. Palantir's up 1.3%. MicroStrategy's up 2%. Netflix is up 0.5%. Apple is down 0.8%. Amazon's down 0.3%. Microsoft up 0.1%. Meta up 0.08%. Google is up 0.6%. Tesla down 1%. Nvidia up 2%. Russell 2000 up 0.8%. The Dow is flat. The VIX is coming up a little bit, up 0.7% on the day. Coming up a little bit. Working down with some volatility. Funny says, really from my heart, Simpson, you and your the way you speak frankly and give the right way to new traders, I really appreciate it. God bless you, my friend. God bless you guys. I appreciate you guys being here. We started this journey 52 streams ago with 0 viewers the entire stream. Now we're averaging around 40, 50. We peaked at like 100 concurrent today. Insane. Appreciate you guys. Just getting started. Again, the potential for this, the quality of this is only at like 5% of where it could go. A lot of improvement needs to be made in speaking ability, humor, charisma. A lot of software needs to be released, just upgrading the quality of the streams, cameras, the scenery, etc., etc. So this can go a lot further up, especially video wise. We still trade NASDAQ. I am still trading the NASDAQ future indices. I have the NQ 2-minute chart, which I execute on. NQ 5-minute chart to the right, NQ 30-minute chart to the left, ES 1-minute to the left. Still waiting for this meeting. Trump is signing a congressional bill. $35 minutes until U.S. interest rate decision, FOMC rate statement. Very important. Appreciate you, Leslie. Appreciate you. Shadow, are you referring to the FOMC? I'm assuming that's what you're referring to. It's going to be a trading opportunity. The volatility is going to be there. It's probably going to wick up and down. I would assume at least 100 points. Going to wick in either direction or both directions. Possibly 200, possibly 250. If they do nothing, it's probably going to be a little negative. If they cut the rate, it's going to be a little positive. Actually, pretty positive. What am I saying? Not a little positive. It's going to be pretty positive if they cut rates by 0.25%, 0.5%, 1%. Doubt it. We're also going to get to see how politically charged Jerome Powell is. If he doesn't cut a rate at all, that means he's very heavily politically motivated, which we already know he is, but should at least cut 0.25%. That would be the intelligent move. We've been having pretty good indications on inflation and just good data on the economy. Good data today from earlier on the ADP employment, etc., etc. What's up, Kuroto? Hello, hello, hello. Didn't get my 551 mark, but marked in and got super lucky Phil at 546. You still holding on to that gapper? This looks like it's gonna flush out at least a little bit more. ES getting below the 100 MA. Looks like it wants to tap the 200 SMA, possibly the VWAP. NQ30 minute looking more and more bearish. NQ5 minute tapping the 20 MA. If it gets below that 20 MA, we may be looking for a pretty substantial pull back. Hoping to cover at 515. Remind those that are trading pro to remember their firm new rules. 1 minute, 5 minute each. Oh yeah, if you're trading funded accounts, you have to look on your calendar on some prop firms. But if you're trading prop firm accounts, 1 minute rules. Some just look at your prop firm's rules. Look at the news calendar. Tape Profit Trader has a news calendar. You can't trade before 1, 2, 5 minutes. I believe it's 1 minute before and after news. So just be careful. Be careful. Don't get your accounts liquidated. Be cautious. Know the news. When you're trading key and news like the FOMC rate statement, it is only calendar. You can't trade 1 minute before, 1 minute after. Some prop firms it's 2 minute before, 2 minute after, and some are even 5 minute before, 5 minute after. So you just gotta trade smart. Trade smart. Appreciate that, Adrius. Appreciate you. I normally don't have to worry about that because I'm usually never trading a funded account during these high volatility areas. Unless I have full stacks. Just all 5 accounts on CBT and other are funded. Very rare that I'll risk in a funded account. Very rare. The opportunity is good enough, I will, but very rare. And the real degenerate move is to put contracts out and take profit stop losses before the FOMC US interest rate decision drops and just let it go to each one. That's the full degenerate move. I don't do that either. We're not just gambling accounts over here. Yeah, that's only for the funded accounts though, Gapper. Which, if you're trading funded accounts during that, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. If you're trading your personal account during that, woof. I mean, it's probably best you wait a couple minutes. Wait a minute. I mean, if you can't wait a minute, I don't know. Don't know, chap. Might be over trading, might have too much fear missing out, might be getting too emotional, too greedy. We're still waiting for this. We're still waiting for President Trump to sign congressional bill. This live stream has started, so he will be showing up. We're just waiting. Now just straight to trade my cash or IRA accounts. Said hello. What's up, Charles? Hello, hello, hello. Nah, need now to close under 25. Need NASDAQ to close under 25, yeah. That's potential.
Avi R became a member. Welcome to the Insiders.
Welcome to the Insiders, Avi. Appreciate you. Thanks for joining. You now have access to the POW emote, the Jerome Powell emote, before FOMC press conference with Jerome Powell at 2:30. In 1 hour, my friend, you'll be able to spam that emote. I love that emote. Best emote I ever created by far. Now you have full access. You also have behind the scenes access to some tings. some things in the post section. Just a little trade analysis. Appreciate you, Abby. Welcome to the Insiders, my friend. My friend, my dearest friend. Hello from Canada. Shout out to Canada. Avi. Let's cut the stuff. Do you guys want to be the 51st state? Come on. We're waiting for the market to give us an opportunity anyway. Tell us the truth. What are your feelings on that? It's like 2% likely, 1% likely, very highly unlikely, and Trump is not really pushing for that anymore. He was just saying that to get a good trade deal with Canada. Canada and Mexico have not gotten trade deals, by the way, yet. Daily ES bearish and daily NQ trying to hang on. True. Very true. Appreciate you, Abby. And I have a feeling FOMC is going to be pretty crazy. Literally, market's been waiting for it for about 1 hour and a half right now. 1 hour. Loading up liquidity, chat. They are loading up liquidity. Trump is way too volatile with his actions. It's good for trading sometimes, but IMO not good for a president. Lol. Okay. Yeah, I love the volatility it creates for trading. I'm a volatility trader. I thrive in volatility. Thank you 30 minutes starting to prop up a little bit. Thank you 5 minute bounce on the 20 EMA. ES is bounce on the 200 SMA, trying to get above the 100 MA. ATR is at 6, chat. It's at 6. The VIX is coming down a little bit. Volatility index. Nvidia is still holding strong at 2% up. Yeah, Avi, sometimes you need a bulldozer to break down a couple walls and create a new environment, create a new train of thought, lessen a couple knowledge gaps. Sometimes it's needed. Not always the best, but sometimes it is needed. I don't mind it so far. I mean, it's way better than having a stagnant president that does absolutely nothing. Probably sucks if you're not in the US and you're just getting bulldozed, especially Canada. Trump it does not take kindly to Canada. But watching IBR like a hawk, something about to happen. Volatility is a trader's best friend, or so it be. It should be. Yeah. True. Yep. The VIX is coming up. Trump is still not speaking yet. Trump's supposed to be signing a congressional bill. Appreciate the file, Charles. Appreciate you. It could wake up. It may wake up. VIX is coming up. They could make a move before FOMC to fake people in. I think the majority of the market is going to wait for this FOMC. I'm honestly expecting at least 100-point wick in either direction, depending on the news. If there's no decision, maybe only a 50, 60, 70-point wick. If there's a point cut, I'm assuming it's going to be at least a 100-point wick. Gotta wait. Hardest part of trading, chat. Hardest part of trading. By far. Still waiting for Trump. White House senior advisor has had many economists think the Fed has been too slow. data consistent with the Fed cutting rates. JP Morgan, Michelle, I expect 1 dissent, probably 2 at the Fed. Okay. Me and JP Morgan on the same level of thought. ES is climbing above the 100 MA, bouncing. And Q starting to bounce. Taking a trade before this, before Trump talks, before the decision. Very high risk. Possible though. I almost want to take it, but I'm just going to wait. True opportunity is to wait. What's your setup like? You trade on 2-minute, but have the 15-minute up to check if the entry is solid. Avi, the chart you see right here, my cursor is on the chart. You see the position in the open position. What I execute on is the NQ 2-minute. I have the NQ 5-minute to the right of that, NQ 30-minute to the left, ES 1-minute to the left of that. Then I have the percentages that are on the YouTube short stream. I have the percentages I look at: the NASDAQ, Tesla, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, the key stocks. I look at the percentages, which way the stocks are trending. And then just the 200 SMA, VWAP, 100 MA, 20 MA, 50 MA on the NQ 30-minute ES charts. I do have fibs on this chart. I have pivot points on this chart as well, just not up here. I have trend lines. Then Williams R120 day, RSI on both of these charts, NQ 30-minute, ES 1-minute. And then I have pivot points, as you can see right here. I do need to do that. 503. Let's move this VWAP up. NQ 30-minute VWAP is at 503 now. 200 SMA is at 8 right there. And then we look at the news right here. So FinancialJuice, link is below for everything. Has the docket for the day, the key financial news for today, for tomorrow, July 31st, for Friday. Has all that, has the real-time news as it comes in. So link is below if you guys are interested. But FinancialJuice is what I use, the docket for the day, the real-time news. Very important to keep up with the news, long-term, short-term. JP Morgan, Michelle, I think the Fed is likely on hold in September as well. Hasn't seen full impact of tariffs for full quarter. Hassad said, I respect the independence of the Fed. Yeah, that is respectable. They're not just bending to the whim of the president. That is respectable. True. JP Morgan is correct. Most economists, most financial advisors say that the full effects of policy change, tariffs, you won't see true effects. Some say 12 months, some say 14, some say 16, some say 18, and most say 24 months. So, something to keep in mind. It's only been 6 months. NQ's making a move. NQ flushing the high market at 23,547. Flushing that pivot point as well. 23,545. Making a move. NQ's making a move before FOMC in 20 minutes. Market is making a move, chat. Trump is speaking.
America, we're going to do that for our great veterans. I'm thrilled to be joined by the bill's sponsor, Congressman Derek Van Orden. Where's Derek? Right here. Derek, hello, Derek. I didn't see you back there.
Well, I'm a Navy SEAL. I'll snack up.
Let's see. And Mike, how are you, Mike?
Mr. President.
These two gentlemen.
What's up, Juice? Good morning.
Are terrific. They are
appreciate the file gap.
Working together, and they've been working together, Mike, a long time on this. So I just want to thank you both, and I'll ask you to say a couple of words. An estimated 61,000 American veterans are in danger of losing their homes, as you know. But thanks to this bill, the Department of Veterans Affairs will be empowered to pay loan holders the necessary amount to prevent foreclosures on our veterans, so our veterans won't be foreclosed and put out onto the streets. It's very important. This bill also creates a 5-year partial claim program that could benefit up to 3.7 million veterans. That's the kind of numbers you're talking about. It's big stuff. The costs of the program are fully offset and will add nothing at all to debt. Is common sense legislation at overwhelming support and passed unanimously in the House and the Senate. Wow, when was the last time that happened? That's pretty impressive. My administration is committed to doing everything possible to ensure that our veterans are treated with respect and treated as well as anybody in this country. They're so important. They're so great. They've suffered so much in many cases. In May, I signed an executive order to open the National Center for Warrior Independence in Los Angeles, California, which will house up to 6,000 homeless veterans. You know, until we came along, they treated the veterans far worse than the illegal immigrants. They came in, they were staying in hotels, luxury hotels, and the veterans are staying outside of the sidewalk on the same hotel. Some pictures are just incredible. In addition, we'll also be opening a full-service VA center in New Hampshire, which is the only state in the union to not have a VA center. And I made that promise to the people of New Hampshire a long while ago, and we got it done. It's the only state that doesn't have, and yet you have a lot of veterans in New Hampshire. We're slashing the wait times at VA medical centers, and we're bringing back VA choice and VA accountability, which I had and the Democrats abandoned. It made it so much better. Accountability, meaning if you treat our veterans badly, we treat you badly. You get fired and beyond that. And VA choice is you can get out and you can, if you don't have a doctor
unbelievable,
ready,
Charles,
willing, and
absolutely
able to take care of
unbelievable.
you within the VA, you go outside, you go see a doctor, you get better, and we pay the bill. And the veterans
After third deployment and you were still homeless, unbelievable.
Rating. And what did the
That
Democrats
should
do?
not
They
be
came
happening.
along and they ended both of them, and they hired back many of the people that we fired. We fired people and replaced them with great, loving people. But we fired people who were sadists. In many cases, they were sick. They were thieves. They were stealing.
Absolutely ridiculous. Charles, make sure you're obsessed with trading. I'm taking a break because you're a veteran and I respect you a lot. 82nd Airborne Combat Veteran. You are very dangerous man, my friend. Appreciate you. You were homeless for 2 years after the third deployment to Afghanistan. No one cared. Absolutely disgraceful from the U.S. government. Absolutely disgraceful. By the third deployment, you should not be on the streets whatsoever. Absolutely disgraceful. I can't even believe it. But if you want to get started in trading, make sure you're obsessed. We'll get back to this in a minute. It's fine. Since we're not missing anything, I'll pause it. If you want to get into trading, make sure you're obsessed. And if you're on 2 hours of sleep, if you can't wake up to trade, maybe you're not obsessed enough. There's going to be a lot of dips and valleys, so just make sure you're ready for it. Highs are highs, lows are very low in trading, so you need to be prepared mentally for it. If I was just starting out again, introspect, review. Good way of doing that is recording all your trading. Most people do not record their trading. Luckily, I'm live streaming, and if I want, I can do a full review of the day. You need to record your trading so you can go back, watch the footage like you were a an athlete, reviewing the tape for the day. Same thing with trading. Review, introspect, keep track of your winning trades. And if you're a little unsure, just starting out, if I was just starting out, starting a simulator, starting demo trading, I have half a decade experience on my side, so it's a little different. Nothing wrong with starting demo trading, simulated trading. Just get the reps in, record your trading, introspect, review in an Excel spreadsheet. Write your winning trades for the day, losing trades, get a winning rate percentage, have your profit loss for the day, and just realize when you're simulated demo trading, it's only 60% like the real thing. There's a different feeling when you actually put real money on the line, different FOMO, different fear, different greed level, just different butterflies, different emotion. So just win rate, your winning trades, losing trade, calculate that, your profit loss for the day, and then a column to the right, write a sentence of the day, summarizing the day, and then introspect, review, and change your candles on the chart as soon as possible. Red and green color candles are psychological manipulators. They'll get you over emotional, fear, greed, etc., etc. So just hopefully that summarizes it. We need to get back to this. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate you.
Sick. They were thieves.
We need to speed this up.
And they hired them back. The accountability, meaning the VA accountability, was a big deal getting it passed because you have unions, you have all sorts of problems to go through. We got to do everything. And the Democrats, as soon as they got
13 minutes, 13 minutes.
Rid of them. But I want to thank the two gentlemen standing behind me, and I'd like to ask you just to say a couple of words, and then we'll take a few questions if you'd like, and we'll sign the bill, and our veterans will be very happy about it. Thank you. Mike, you want to start?
Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. President, for signing this bill today. Let me tell you that not only this
13 minutes till FOMC.
that have got themselves in a situation where maybe they would be foreclosed on, it gives them just a little bit extra help without the government going into a banking business like we had in the previous
Let's go, chat.
administration. I also want to say thank you, too, though, for appointing Doug Collins as our secretary for the VA. As chairman of the VA, having the opportunity to work with Doug, one, because we worked together before.
Appreciate it,
that's the
Charles.
attitude. The attitude is the VA is not about bureaucracy. It's about the veterans, and we want to keep it that way. That doesn't mean we don't have a good workforce. What it means is that workforce is focused on the veterans, not on making sure that the VA grows, but making sure that the VA does the job it's supposed to do. And thank you, Mr. President. It's your leadership that allows that to happen.
Thank you, everybody, for coming here today. Thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us here. I'm the longest-serving enlisted member of the United States military to ever get elected to Congress in the history of our nation. And I'm unequivocally stating right now that President Donald J. Trump is the most positive pro-veteran
good to see you,
president in the
man.
history of this country. And so he backs up his words with deeds, and this is another example of how President Trump is taking care of our veterans. So, sir, I'm very thankful for you, for your leadership, and let's get this thing done and get our veterans into home. So God bless you, and God bless the United States.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's sign first, and we'll take a couple of questions. Yes. We'll get it done. We've been waiting a long time. And I do want to commend Doug Collins because I hear what he's doing.
He's doing a fantastic job.
He's done an incredible job.
Appreciate you, Happy. Appreciate you. Glad you're getting value.
That's a good one.
No order pen? It's a very important bill, and we want to thank everybody for the great help, and in particular you two guys have done a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Okay, take the pen. Take the pen. Take the pen. And we'll step in and give them to the other people to help. Very well. Okay, questions?
Mr. President, you said that higher interest rates are making it harder for veterans to refinance. There's a stronger than expected GDP report this morning. What do you say to analysts who worry that lowering interest rates would actually lead to inflation?
Well, if that happens, then we just raise them. What you do is you lower them, and let's see if there's inflation.
The mic's
Right now, there's
messed
no
up.
inflation. Everybody thought there would be. All we have is billions of dollars of cash pouring into our country from other countries that took advantage of us for many, many years. You know, they were taken advantage of. We were like the stupid people that didn't know what they were doing. They took advantage of us. Other countries, friend and foe. And by the way, the friend was oftentimes much worse than the foe when it comes to trade. So if that happens, what you do is you raise your rates and you do what you have to do to stop inflation. But we're keeping the rates high, and it's hurting people from buying
10 minutes,
houses. So we know
chat.
that,
10 minutes to
if for any
FOMC.
reason that happened in a year or two, if there's some signs of inflation coming back, right now there's not. We have a great thing going. I think we're going to have the richest economy you've ever seen. We have money coming in that we've never even thought about at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. We have a deal with Japan where they're going to pay us $550 billion. We have a deal with Europe where they're doing $750 billion plus $400 billion plus $300 billion. And many other countries, it's likewise, relatively, those are two big ones, but likewise. So we have a lot of money coming in, and we have no inflation, and we're very strong, and we should be lowering the rates. Each point that this gentleman keeps up costs us $365 billion a year. Think of that. 1 point, $365 billion. If you bring it down a point, we save 365. We should be the lowest interest rate, and we're not. We're 38, number 38, because of the Fed. It's all because of the Fed. He's done a bad job. Now, he's got a meeting today, but I call him too late. He's always too late. Even if he does it today, probably won't. I hear they're going to do it in September, not today. For what reason? Nobody knows. But Europe,
politically
cut
charged.
their rates 11 times in the last short period of time. But the good news is we're doing better than
Good job,
anybody anywhere in
Gapper.
the
Good
world.
job.
Nobody's doing anything even close to us, even with the higher rates. The higher rates do affect housing, though, because people can't go out and get a loan or refinance their house. And it would be nice to have them be able to do that. That would be just another
FOMC's
check
in
of a
9
box.
minutes
That'd be
now,
very
Happy.
important. Yeah, please.
You mentioned today that India, in addition to its 25% tariff rate, would pay an additional penalty because of its support of Russia. What is that additional penalty? And are other countries facing the same threat?
Well, we're negotiating right now, and it's also BRICS. They have BRICS, which is basically a group of countries that are anti the United States, and India is a member of that, if you can believe it. It's an attack on the dollar, and we're not going to let anybody attack the dollar. So it's partially BRICS, and it's partially the trade situation. It's the deficit. We had a tremendous deficit. So, as you know, Prime Minister Modi's a friend of mine, but they don't do very much business in terms of business with us. They sell a lot to us, but we don't buy from them. You know why? Because the tariff is so high. They have one of the highest tariffs in the world. Now, they're willing to cut it very substantially, but we'll see what happens. We're talking to India now. We'll see what happens. It doesn't matter too much whether we have a deal or whether we charge them a certain tariff, but you'll know at the end of this week. August 1st is a very big day for this country because money is going to pour into the United States like we've never seen before. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hawley introduced legislation that would ban members of Congress from owning or trading individual stocks. It extends to the president and the vice president. Are you in favor of that legislation?
Well, I like it conceptually. I don't know about it, but I like it conceptually. And, Nancy Pelosi became rich by having
Insane.
inside information.
Should be
She made a
fraud.
fortune with her husband, and I think that's disgraceful.
Should be
in that sense, I like
illegal,
it, but I'd have to
whatever
really
it
see
is.
I study these things very carefully, and this just happened, so I'll take a look at it. But conceptually, I like it, and what I do think is Nancy
Insider
Pelosi should be
trading.
investigated, because she has the highest return of anybody practically in the history of Wall Street, save a few. How did that happen? It happened by she knows exactly what's going to happen, what's going to be announced. She buys stock, and then the stock goes up after the announcement's made, and she ought to be investigated.
Harvard is reportedly willing to settle with you for $500 million. $500 million. Is that enough?
Well, it's a lot of money. We're negotiating with Harvard now. They would like to settle, so we'll see what happens.
Mr. President, what is America's debt to our
100%, Charles.
war
It's
allies
insane.
that kept our veterans safe over there? There's been some talk about sending a lot of them back.
No,
Would you let your
we're gonna,
administration do
if
that?
we know the good ones, and we know the ones that maybe aren't so good. You know, some came over that aren't so good, and we're going to take care of those.
7
people. The
minutes,
ones
chat.
that
7 minutes.
did a job. The ones that were told certain things. A shame what happened. One of the most disgraceful episodes in the history of our country. The way we left Afghanistan was just a disgrace. But I understand your question fully, and we'll take care of 90% of your question, okay? I know what you mean. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, on the tariffs on India, are you still open to negotiate with India on the tariff front?
Well, we're talking to them now. We'll see what happens. Again, India was the highest, or just about the highest tariff nation in the world, and one of the highest, 100 points, 150 points or percentages. So India was one of the highest in the world. They had won 175%, and higher than that. You know, there's another higher one is Canada. They've been charging our farmers 200%, 300%, 400% for years, and nobody did anything about it. But India is one of the highest, so we're going to see. We're negotiating with India right now.
I have no idea, Gapper. I have no idea what India buys from the U.S.
Bags of Russiagate materials, and I'd love to get your thoughts on that.
He said what?
Bags of Russiagate materials.
I don't know
FBI
that.
supposedly found.
I don't know that. I don't know what you mean by that statement. Say it.
Bags full of Russiagate
Oh,
documents.
Bernbag. I thought you said appointed a man named Bernbag. Go ahead. You got to speak up.
Thousands of documents in these bags, supposedly burned bags at the FBI in a secret room.
Well, I want everything to be shown, you know, as long as it's fair and reasonable. I think it will be shown, and it should be shown. And I think he feels that way, and I think Pam feels that way. But it's got to be, it's got to be stuff that really doesn't hurt people unfairly, because you have so many people involved. And if
5
they can do that
minutes.
in a fair way, I think it's
5
great.
minutes to
I think it's
FOMC.
really great. The whole thing is a scam. It's a
May have
scam
to
set up
stop
by
this
the
and cut it
Democrats,
short.
and they love talking about it. But I would like to see people exposed that might be bad, and we'll see how that all works out. But it's getting to be very old news. You know, if they had anything, they would have done it the week before the election, because they were losing by a lot. If they had anything, they would have done it. They
India
control the
buys
file.
corn? Is that
The
right?
Democrats controlled
From
it.
the
Comey
US?
and all this, sleazebags, every one of them that you read about all the time. And I guess they've got some problems now having to do with yet a different scandal, very big one. But they control that
Hurry up,
file,
Trump,
so
hurry up.
I would think that if they would have had something in the file, they would have released it about a week before the election, maybe 2 weeks, right, Brian? Go ahead.
Mr. President, welcome home, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you.
It was a great trip. It was an amazing trip.
Look good.
For the country. For me, it was okay, but for the country, it was an amazing trip. Go ahead.
It was. Many parents are preparing to send their kids back to school in a few weeks. Now, this will be the first time they've gone back to school under.
We probably helped them a little bit militarily.
Now, the previous administration labeled a lot of parents domestic terrorists for showing up to school board meetings. What's your message to parents now as they return their kids to school, knowing that they have the support of you?
Well, the beautiful thing is, as you know, we've gotten rid of the woke. Woke is gone, and I think pretty well buried. We're going to make sure it's buried. But the parents are now taking over the school boards. They're getting rid of these people that probably didn't like the children very much based on what they were doing. And it's a big difference. And, one of the other things, and I keep watching these talking points that the Democrats have, they say, oh, prices are up. No, prices are way down. Fuel is down. Groceries are down.
Things like eggs are way down. You know, when I came in my first week, the eggs had gone up like 4 or 5 times.
3 minutes,
Nobody had
Chad,
ever
3
seen
minutes.
anything like it. And they were hitting me about eggs. I said, I just got here. I literally, it was one of my first news, maybe my first.
Come on,
news
Trump, hurry it
conference.
up.
And we have eggs down now to a point where they were actually lower than even before. So I just want everyone to know prices are way down, and that's a big thing. Groceries, everything. If you look at fuel, $2.35 a gallon, a lot of that. But we actually had 4 states where it's down $1.99, $1.99 as opposed to $3.50, $4, and it went up a lot higher than that.
2 minutes until FOMC, Charles.
And then
there's pretty
it
good
went through the
opportunity.
roof. And then they brought my policy back, but it was too late. They blew it.
We're waiting to see if the Fed cuts rates.
And now we have no inflation. We have nothing but cash coming in. The world respects us again. We're a really great, proud country. And I say it, I'll say it again. Many, many leaders of other countries, I'm dealing with a lot of them today on their tariff situation. They owe us a lot of money. But many countries said to me, and almost in the same words, you were a dead country 1 year ago, and today you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We are the hottest country right now.
He has like 1 minute, then I gotta get rid of this.
That's why we're taking care of our veterans.
We gotta get to trading.
Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Beautiful, man. You see how Trump respects the market, key news, FOMC, etc. He cut the meeting off a minute before. What a legend. Also, if he has meetings scheduled for 3 p.m., he does not do any meetings in Power Hour. He has shown that multiple times. Absolutely stunning, beautiful. Boom, 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 boom. Journey, boom, 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 boom. Okay. 1 minute, chat. 1 minute until the U.S. interest rate decision, FOMC rate statement, 2 p.m. The market has been waiting for this. As you can see, I have zoomed out. I have zoomed out of the chart. It is not zoomed in as it was. This could wake up 100 points, and I want to be ready for it. So we need to zoom it out. You guys are brand new here. If you're getting value, learn what to do, what not to do, please smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe. It is about to get very serious very fast. Unless it does absolutely nothing, but I doubt it. They're either going to cut rates or hold it. We're going to see. 30 second chat, 30 second chat, 30 second chat. Counts ready to go. I'm not going to just blindly set a trade. And if you want to go a step above and beyond, become an insider. Link below. Join the YouTube members. Become an insider. Get access to the Jerome Powell email and everything. 10 seconds, chat. 10 seconds. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. News is out. Waking down. Waking down. Waking up. Waking up. Waking up. Pretty volatile. Let's see. Let's see. Not anything substantial. Only 20-point wick so far. Expecting more. May not get it. They probably, based off this, I doubt they cut rates. U.S. interest rate decision, actual 4.5 forecast. They did not cut the rates. They did not cut the rates. They did not cut the rates, chat. I want a little wick up. Little wick up. We'll zoom in. Little wick up, and I'm going to short those. Little wick up. Little wick up. More. More. Wick up. Wick up. Wick up. Wick up. Wick up. Wick up. Do not leave me behind. Beautiful. I'm in with 2 contracts short. 50. It might keep popping, but they did not cut rates, so this is a little bearish in my opinion. Up 100. Could really hold this. Could hold this for a while till Jerome Powell speaks at 2:30 p.m. Up 200. Up 300. Pull back. A little more. I'm scalping 4. Scalping 400. Beautiful. Not the opportunity I wanted, but all that was there. Could have held that trade. Could have been in with 4 contracts. Trail 2 until Jerome Powell speaks. But I think it's going to be pretty volatile for the next couple minutes. Could wake down a lot lower as well. Fed governors Walter and Bauman dissent, preferring a lower the fund rate by 0.25 percentage point. Fed unemployment rate remains low and labor market conditions remain solid. Fed inflation remains somewhat elevated. Recent indicators suggest growth of economic activity moderate in the first half of 2025. White House, Trump signed a proclamation to address the effects of copper imports on America's national security. I'm just gonna scalp that. I'm just gonna scalp that. FOMC, Federal Reserve issue FOMC statement. Although swings in the net export continue to affect the data, recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity. Oh, that's a pretty big wick down. Like that, like that. Let's wait a minute. There could be a trade opportunity. Might have missed it. No. ES is flashing down below the 2-hour SMA, tapping the VWAP, getting a little bounce. NQ rejecting that pivot point, 23,520. NQ 5-minute getting below the 21 EMA, 21-day exponential moving average. NQ 30-minute bouncing off the 100 MA. ES is rejecting the 2-hour SMA for now. Nvidia coming a little down, still holding that 2% up level. Tesla coming a little bit down. Very volatile right now. ATR's at 9. VIX is up a little bit. We're just waiting. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Although swings in the net exports continue to affect the data, recent indicators suggest the growth of economic activity moderated in the first half of the year. The unemployment rate remains low at labor markets. Conditions remain silent. Inflation remains somewhat elevated. The committee seeks to achieve maximum employment and inflation at a rate of 2% over the long run. Uncertainty about the economic outlook remains elevated. The committee is attentive to the risks of both sides of its dual mandate. In support of its goals, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%. And considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range for the federal fund rate, the committee will carefully access incoming data involving the evolving outlook and the balance of risk. The committee will continue reducing its holdings of treasury securities and agency debt and agency mortgage-backed securities. The committee is strongly committed to supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to its 2% objective. In accessing the appropriate stance of monetary policy, the committee will continue to monitor the implications of incoming information for the economic outlook. The committee would be prepared to adjust the stance of monetary policy as appropriate if risks emerge that could impede the attainment of the committee's goals. The committee's assessment will take into account a wide range of information, including readings on the labor market conditions, inflation pressures, and inflation expectations, the financial and international developments. Voting for this policy, blah, 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 blah. That is the FOMC statement. They did not cut rates. Synopsis, they did not cut rates. The Trump proclamation imposes a universal 50% tariff on imports of semi-finished copper products and copper-intensive derivative products effective August 1st. Trump signed an executive order implementing an additional 40% tariff on Brazil, bringing the total tariff amount to 50%. JP Morgan Mitchell, we have to pay attention to the two dissents. White House, the de minimis exemption suspension is effective August 29th. One sec, chat, one sec. Late Powell is speaking in a press conference. Press conference at 2:30 p.m. 2:30 p.m. in 24 minutes. 24 minutes, chat. Get them Powell emotes ready. Powell emotes ready, chat. So Jerome Powell is politicized. He should at least cut a quarter point there. There's no reason he shouldn't have. No reason. He could be waiting. I mean, he's so let's preface this meeting of Jerome Powell speaking at this press conference. The data is we cannot read the data properly. We don't trust the data currently. The data is not valid currently. The tariffs are not reflective in the data. We don't know the tariff impact of the data. There's still countries that may receive additional tariffs. Canada and Mexico have not received a tariff deal. He just put 25% tariffs on India this morning due to Russia involvement, blah, blah, blah. It's high uncertainty environment. Pow, pow, pow. That's what he's going to say. Incoming. He is waiting to get fired. 100%. Appreciate the follow, Julia. Appreciate you guys. If you guys are new here, follow, smash the like button. Smash the like button. Likes looking very weak, guys. Smash the like button. If you're gaining value, learn what to do, what not to do. Follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I'm live every single day at 9:30 a.m. EST for market open. It should be a very volatile week. There's news all over the docket tomorrow, Friday. So it should be a very, 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 very extremely solid week. Norman said he's waiting to get fired. Absolutely. Look at the 5-minute NQ candle. Darth Mail says hello. Dallas Queen, you're winning. Appreciate you, Ali. Mark, also, men, make sure you throw some in there if you stream and trading. It's going to be a roller coaster. Oof. Mark, sometimes I trade power, sometimes I don't. Most times, not really. That I said lagging data is from their admin. True. Caught a quick scalp as you. Easy 5 contract scalp. Good job, Abby. Good job, Abby. Tough, man. Just make sure you guys are holding your own trade conviction. Do your own strategy. I'm not a financial advisor. Nothing I say or do is financial advice. This is for entertainment, educational purposes only. Hold your own conviction. Hold your own trade strategy. There is no fear of missing out. Don't FOMO. Don't overtrade. Don't greed. No greed. And there are no missed opportunities. Only the next one, chat. No missed opportunities. Only the next one. Mark, I never tell anyone to buy or sell. Never. Never will. Appreciate it, Mark. Disclaimer in the description. I constantly say that as well. Cover all bases. Everything I do is for my personal. Everything I say is personal. Future implied traders see a 65% chance of the Fed lowering the rate at least another 25 BPs at the December meeting. Futures implied traders now see a 68% chance of the Fed lowering rate at least 25 BPs at the September meeting. What the hell is this? Conflicting news. Okay. JP Morgan, I'd be worried that the corporate America is bottoming. It is learning how to absorb tariffs. That is true. What is it? Basically the consumer was paying less and the producer was paying more, or the consumer was paying more, but the producer was not receiving that. So they are absorbing a large percentage of tariffs. That is true. That was reflective in the data like 2 weeks ago. I forget what came out. Someone will probably know it in chat. The consumer price index and the PPI, CPI and PPI, CPI and PPI. Consumer price index and producer price index. So what the producer receives, the PPI, and what the consumer gives, the CPI. Still waiting for Jerome Pow, 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 pow. Still waiting, chat. Still waiting, chat. Who's buying GameStop? True, Charles, true. Charles, that's when I started half a decade ago, 2020, 2021, during the AMC GME conversion event. When I started trading. Hell yeah, man. Appreciate you, Mark. Glad you guys are getting value, learn what to do, what not to do. Did you say bye, bro? No, I did not. No, I did not, nerd. Bro, I love your streams. Appreciate you, Shadow. Appreciate you guys. I knew Jerome was going to be a political bias low. He is trying to go against Trump with everything. What do Americans think about Jerome Powell? He's trash. Half the left thinks he's all right and doing this on purpose. Like I said, the stance on uncertainty with the tariffs going on each country, he's going to argue that the data is not reflecting that, et cetera, et cetera. All the data, the key data has been pretty positive the past 3 weeks, 2 weeks, all the key stuff. But Trump is implementing tariffs, so he's a little valid in that, but that's what the left is going to argue. There's uncertainty and we can't we can't trust Trump, but he should at least this rate decision, he should at least cut 0.25%. At least. There's really no reason he shouldn't have. Everything's pretty much trending up. Now, him holding rates where they are, it's not a major deal, but it's really bad for refinancing the debt, which comes due in October or November. There's like $600 billion or $900 billion or $1.2 trillion, some obscene amount of money that the Fed, the government needs to refinance the debt. And doing that at this high of interest rate is literally, I mean, we're talking about billions and billions and billions. Man, I saw a new egg. I remember at $7. I regret not buying. Hey, no missed opportunity. Only the next stunner. Good to see you, man. Long time no see. The left pitched about Powell not cutting rates when Biden was in office. Yeah, but Powell was cutting rates left and right when Biden was in office. Also near the election. October 31st. Appreciate you, Charles. Appreciate you. Appreciate the follow, Jay. We can zoom in a little bit. Thought we would get a couple more opportunities. I would have entered a loan right here, but I wanted it to come down to the VWAP. Could have put it into ATR spiked to 11. The volatility index, the VIX, is coming down. Now down 0.25% for the day, sitting at 15.93. NQ futures are sitting 0.4% up. ES is sitting 0.17% up. The dollar is up 0.5% on the day. Dow is flat. Russell 2000 is up 0.7%. Nvidia climbing strong. Nvidia is pretty strong today. Nvidia is up 2.3%. Tesla is down 1.2%. Google is down 0.6%. Amazon down 0.15%. Microsoft is flat. Meta's flat. Apple is down 0.8%. Netflix is up 0.5%. MicroStrategy up 1.9%. Palantir is up 1.4%. GameStop is up 0.3%. Costco is up 0.5% on the day. Alibaba is down 1%. AIM is up 1.4%. AMD is up 1.3%. QCOM is down 0.7%. Adobe is down 0.5% on the day. Voyager Technologies is up 4% on the day. Robinhood is up 3.6% on the day. Bitcoin sitting 0.2% down. ETH is sitting 0.25% up. Sol is sitting 1.25% up on the day. 1.25%, 1.3% up on the day for Solana. XRP is flat, a little negative. ES, the ES is above the 200 SMA, above the VWAP. Got to bounce on the VWAP. Below the 100 MA though. Below the 100-day moving average. The NQ 30-minute above the 200 SMA, above the VWAP, above the 100 MA. Bounce off the 100 MA. Getting close to that trend line. Didn't quite make it there, but getting close. Chat. 14 minutes until Jerome Powell takes a stand. White House copper input materials and copper scrap are not subject to 232 or reciprocal tariffs. JP Morgan, Michelle, I expect Powell to say that there is not much disagreement in actuality. We're getting close to 5,800 subscribers. 22 away, chat. Insane. Insane. Getting closer and closer to that 6K. Could hit it this week. Made 800 on my 350K accounts, but bleeding on my 150K account. Good stuff on the 50K accounts, Shadow. Good stuff. Sucks to hear about 150K. Hasn't been an easy market the past couple hours, but this morning I was literally, oof. This morning was beautiful. I love trading high volatility. I'm a volatility trader through and through. 100%. Love it. JPow doesn't have the sole power to cut rates. It's a committee vote. True, true, bye. True, true, true. True. Not wrong, not wrong. Hope it's not a long-winded press conference like last time. It's probably going to be an hour. There's going to be a lot of questions. He's probably going to take 5 to 8 questions. And he's probably going to monologue for 25-30 minutes. So it's probably going to be an hour 20 minutes. Should be some trade opportunities before and during. Alright, chat, you got 12 minutes. 12 minutes to become an insider. Link below. Join the membership. 12 minutes. Basic tier. All the tiers give you access to the Jerome Powell emote. When we're watching this in 12 minutes, 2:30 p.m., you could be spamming it. Could be spamming it. The pow, pow, pow emote. Won't get an opportunity for a while after this. You probably won't be. I mean, there's probably going to be some news about him. We can put it in the chat when Trump is trashing him, but he probably won't be speaking for a couple weeks. A pow, 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 pow. As you can see, ATR volatility has gone from the market. Waiting for Jerome Powell to speak. Waiting. Jerome Powell. Appreciate it, Charles. Powell. What's up, Miguel? Whoa, I missed it. What the pow? Good afternoon. Boom, market 2% down. True. Appreciate it, Miguel. Hope you've been well, Miguel. Have you traded today? And if so, what you don't have to say the exact P&L, but are you up? Are you down? What's it looking like? Appreciate it, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see a fellow brother in the grind, in the trenches of war. In the trenches of war. No, busy with work last day, Sally. It happens, it happens. Yeah. It's all about priorities, guys. Family comes first. If you're doing this as a side hustle, work comes first. Luckily, I have the best job in the world. Something I love doing. I love trading. Hate trading when it's low volatility, but love trading nonetheless. And it is something I can wake up no matter if I've only slept an hour, 2 hours. I've done it multiple occasions. I pulled all-nighter coding. Remember that time? 5 a.m. I pulled 5 a.m. I was coding till, woke up at 7:30, and then started stream at 9:30. So just if you love something, you will get it done. That is for sure. What the pow? Thank you for your service, Charles. Also, I forgot to say that. How long were you trading until you decided to take the plunge and go full time? Also, what you doing as your as your day job before this? I was a construction worker. Me and well, mainly a construction worker. We would remodel houses, build decks, pour concrete, remodel bathrooms, kitchens, build bedrooms, drywall, painting, floors, you name it, we've done it besides electrical. But I wired the reciprocals and the outlets in my home, the outlet switches and receptacles in my home. I wired them, but anything beyond that I really don't touch. Yes, trying to get like you. Appreciate you, Charles. 2 years, Abby, 2 years. I started half a decade ago. I started on Webull on my phone. I started scalping $100, $200, $300 on the way to work driving. That's how we started. They were fun. They were fun times. AMC GME days too. Wall Street bets. Hodl. This Trump term has been fun too. The tariff, the 5K down, and then 6K rip up. It's been really fun to trade. Really fun to trade. I love the volatility. Luckily, I was trading crypto under Biden, so didn't really have to worry about, you know, the stock market being non-volatile and just not moving. It was slowly going up, grinding up, but appreciate you. What do you suggest best platform to trade on? Interactive brokers is good. It's all about preference and what you decide. Personally, I choose NinjaTrader for these prop firm accounts, but I have Fidelity and Roth IRA. I day trade on sometimes. I also have margin on that, and then I do still have that Webull account. I have margin on as well. I sometimes dabble in that. If I want to start trading options again, I'll probably go to Fidelity. If I want to get serious in it, I'll probably switch to Interactive Brokers, Charles Schwab, something like that. But NinjaTrader is good for me right now. Also, Tradeovate's not bad. I would personally shy away from connecting a broker to TradingView. I've heard a lot of bad things. This is TradingView. Connecting a broker, you go to this panel down here and you connect a broker. I've heard a lot of bad things. Delays on order, getting filled, etc., etc. So me personally, I would not even touch that. We're still waiting for the Powell. 5 minutes until Jerome Powell is speaking. Press conference with Jerome Powell after non-interest rate cut on the FOMC rate decision. Yeah, I like Mark. Mark, I love NinjaTrader. But if you need hotkeys, you need to write a script. You need to get an external program, auto hotkeys, and then write an internal script for the hotkeys. NinjaTrader does not natively. They may have a plugin. I just got a script on auto hotkey. They may have a plugin for hotkeys. But if you trade with hotkeys, Control Z for me is buy, Control X is sell, Control C is close all positions, all TPs, stop losses, etc. I trade with hotkeys. It's quicker execution, and I need it. Gotta have it. Gotta love it. Appreciate you guys. Let's go chat. What do you prefer, futures over options? For now, futures. Overall, probably options. But for now, futures. Oh, if I had to say overall, probably options. Options trading is just so much fun. What's up, Dolphin? You think that MLG scenario was a bundled rug pull? Options for sure. Hold on. I could probably find out in a minute. I haven't been to this tab in forever. Hold on. One sec, one sec. Where's my stuff? I forget which one it is. Which one? Is it Jupiter? I don't think it, hold on, let me open this. I'm on my crypto, no, it's not Jupiter. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Radium. It's been forever since I traded crypto. Hold on. This ain't either. I may have forgot. Oh, it's the deck scanner, isn't it? Hold on. Got me interested now. Hold on. We're waiting for this Jerome Powell anyway. MLG. Here we go. Let's look at the bubble maps. We're getting somewhere, chat. We're getting somewhere. Bubble maps. This for the actual holders. Alright, so number 2. Kind of forget how to do this, but hold on. Go all transfers. Time date. Hold on. See when they bought those. They buy those. Jan 7th. Alright, so this guy's a recent adopter. Nothing to look at. Radium Authority, okay. This could also be, I believe this is the right token, but it could be the wrong one. Is this guy early adopter? No. Okay. This guy's an early adopter. So he's still holding. This guy has 3.1% of the supply on MLG. He's still holding. This guy probably the same. Yeah, this guy's an early adopter as well. So they did not rug pull. Let me do this. You can pull this up. Hold on. Is Jerome Powell speaking 1 minute? You can see who sold what. Sold. Let's go to the most sold. 200K, that's it? We might be on the wrong token. People have made millions off this, so this doesn't make sense. We may be on the wrong token, guys. But we'll take this at face value. I don't have time to research the rest. Bought one. Yeah, this doesn't make sense at all. 90 something. Oh, let's do this. Let's do this. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Yeah, no shot. We're on the wrong token. No shot. Only 89K. People have made millions off this coin. No chance. Absolutely no chance. Oh, this is on 30-day. Okay. That's in the 30-day period. Never mind. I think you need to buy something with deck scanner or go to a legit one to get past 30 days. Alright, that makes sense. Doesn't make sense. You could find it out via this. You need to go through all the holders, find out who sold, who didn't, etc. But you ain't got time for that. Ain't got time for these games. We're rising up. The target price I'm looking at 22,563. We're about to tap it. Jerome Powell is speaking right now. Put up.
Reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity has moderated. GDP rose at a 1.2% pace.
Something like that, Ritz. Appreciate you.
Down from 2.5% last year. Although the increase in the second quarter was stronger at 3%, focusing on the first half of the year helps smooth through the volatility in the quarterly figures related to the unusual swings in net exports. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. In contrast, business investment in equipment and intangibles picked up from last year's pace. Activity in the housing sector remains weak. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 150,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.1% remains low and has stayed in a narrow range over the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in June, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.7%. These readings are little changed from the beginning of the year, although the underlying composition of price changes has shifted. Services inflation has continued to ease, while increased tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods.
And with 2 contracts long.
Near-term measures of inflation
Up 100,
expectations
200.
have moved up on balance over the course of this
300.
year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market-based and survey-based measures.
What we're
Beyond
looking
the
for.
next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data.
I'll be back, Chad. I'll be back.
And the balance of risks.
Questions are the key points.
Changes to government policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Higher tariffs have begun to show through more clearly to prices of some goods, but their overall effects on economic activity and inflation remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. But it is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. For the time being, we're well positioned to learn more about the likely course of the economy and the evolving balance of risks before adjusting our policy stance. We see our current policy stance as appropriate to guard against inflation risks. We're also attentive to risks on the employment side of our mandate. In coming months, we will receive a good amount of data that will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on potential revisions to our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, and are on track to wrap up any modifications by late summer. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Chair Powell. There's a lot of lean in the markets, and not to mention out of the administration for a rate cut now in September. Is that expectation unrealistic at this point?
So As you know, today we decided to leave our policy rate where it's been, where I would characterize as modestly restrictive.
Very volatile, guys. Be careful. Be careful.
As I mentioned, even excluding tariff effects.
Taking 2 contracts long.
Historically low unemployment.
Taking that beautiful scalp.
And the economy is
how much
not,
I get? How much I get?
is not performing as a restrictive policy.
Did it even register?
Inappropriately.
What just happened?
So it seems to me and to almost the whole committee that the economy is not performing as a restrictive policy, is holding it back inappropriately, and modestly restrictive policy seems appropriate.
What the fuck?
All that said,
that's how volatile it is.
To
market orders, I hit it. We're down 100 in that account right now. Insane.
Data that will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate.
So just to follow up, by coming months, does that include the possibility you'll be getting essentially 2 rounds of jobs and inflation data between now and the September meeting? Is that potentially adequate to make a decision to lower rates at that point?
So you're right. We do have, this is an intermediate period when we'll get 2 full rounds of employment.
Working down volatility. Be careful.
Before the time of the September meeting. We have made no decisions about September.
ATR 15.
We don't do that in advance. We'll be taking that information into consideration and all the other information we get as we make our decision at the September meeting.
Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You took out the word or the notion that uncertainty has diminished from this statement. Does that mean uncertainty has increased? And I'm just wondering, the administration has struck several deals with
2 contracts long with that pivot point,
where it seems like we now know what the rate is going to be. Does knowing that rate add to your certainty
down,
to change
cool wick down all the way to
policy,
NQ 30-minute VWAP, and 2 more in 4 contracts. Very volatile, guys. Very volatile.
Essentially, the statement in our statement
took
about
1 out.
Uncertainty reflects what's gone on since the last meeting.
Looking for bounce.
At the time of the last meeting, uncertainty had
we're waking down even lower, probably going to that NQ 30-minute VWAP
this time. So we took out, had diminished because it didn't diminish further. So there's not really much in that. And then your second question is, say again.
I have a liminal out there, right there.
Struck, and now we seem to have an idea of what the tariff rates are going to be with some of our large trading partners. Does that not add to the kind of certainty you might need?
I had 2 more with 9 contracts. Didn't mean to do that, but it's fine.
To show
out a couple.
No, I think we're still.
So reset the quantity.
Right, it's been a very dynamic time for these trade negotiations, and lots and lots of events in the intermeeting period. But
May 997.
Still, a ways
low
away
mixed
from
execution in
the
chaos, but it's
getting
fine.
More and more information.
Market orders as well.
And I think at this point,
made 997. Actually, 1100. We were down 100. Same count
of the likely. Effective level of tariffs is not moving around that much at this point. But at the same time, there are many uncertainties left to resolve. So yes, we are learning more and more. It doesn't feel like we're very close to the end of that process, and that's not for us to judge. But it feels like there's much more to come, as well looking ahead.
Neil.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Neil Irwin with Axios. This morning we got a GDP report in which final domestic private purchases decelerated, slowest pace since 22. There was a weakness in the interest-sensitive sectors and residential investment, commercial structures. Are those not signs that monetary policy is a little too restrictive right now, given current economic conditions?
So the GDP and PDFP numbers came in pretty much right where we expected them to come in. You got to look at the whole picture. So certainly, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, economic activity data, GDP, private domestic final purchases, which we think is a narrower but better signal for future, for where the economy is going, has come down to a little better than 1%, 1.2%, I think, in the case of GDP for the first half, whereas it was 2.5% last year. So that has certainly come down. But if you look at the labor market, what you see is, by many statistics, the labor market is kind of still in balance. It's things like quits, job openings, and let alone the unemployment rate. They're all by many measures, very similar to where they were a year ago. So you do not see
very volatile, Chad. Be careful.
Market. You do see a slowing in job creation.
Got to wick down in that NQ 30-minute VWAP. Be careful.
Supply of workers. So you've got a labor market that's in balance.
Maybe going for low of day.
Partially
22,449.
demand and supply for workers is coming down at the same pace, and that's why the unemployment rate has remained roughly stable, which is why I said we do see downside risk in the labor market. I mean, our two mandate variables, right, are inflation and maximum employment, stable prices and maximum employment, not so much growth. So the labor market looks solid. Inflation is above target, and even if you look through the tariff effects, we think it's still a bit above target, and that's why our stance is where it is. But as I mentioned, downside risks to the labor market are certainly apparent.
So on labor, given the fluid labor supply situation, is there a number for this jobs report we get on Friday that would look to you like equilibrium job growth?
The main number you have to look at now is the unemployment rate, because if it's true that the demand for workers in the form of, let's call it, just say payroll jobs, that number has come down, but so has the break-even number, kind of in tandem. So we'll
go to this until there's a trade opportunity.
The labor market in balance. The fact that it's getting into balance due to declines in both supply and demand, though, I think it is suggestive of downside risk. So we of course, will be watching that carefully.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the New York Times. Two of your colleagues called for a quarter-point cut today, and I'm wondering what aspects of their argument were most compelling to you and how you're weighing their views against those on the committee who, as of the June forecast, were in the camp of the Fed holding interest rates steady for the remainder of the year. And just in terms of the June SEP in particular, is that still the best representation of where the core of the committee is?
So on the dissents, what you want from everybody and also from a dissenter is a clear explanation of what your thinking is and what are the arguments you're making, and we had that today. So I think basically this was quite a good meeting all around the table where people were thought carefully about this and put their positions out there. As I mentioned, the sort of the majority of the committee was of the view that inflation's a bit above target, maximum employment is at target. That calls for modestly restrictive, in my way of thinking, modestly restrictive stance of policy for now. But we had two dissenters who I think, you want that clear thinking and expression of your thinking, and we certainly had that today, I think all around the table. In terms of, you asked about the June SEP, I wouldn't, that you're right, that's what it says, and that may well, I couldn't point to it 6 weeks later as expressing people's thought. You really can't do that. We don't run an SEP, and I don't like to substitute in my own estimate of what the SEP might be. We don't have one. So I'll just say that, we haven't made any decisions about September. We'll be monitoring all the incoming data and asking ourselves whether the federal funds rate is in the right place.
And just on the point about policy being only modestly restrictive, does that mean that there's actually not much scope to reduce rates once the conditions for a cut are met, barring a significant weakening of the labor market? So
let me say, my own estimate is modestly restrictive, and there are a range of views of what the neutral rate is at this moment for our economy, and so others may say it's more restrictive or less restrictive even. We're going to be at some point, when we return to moving toward a more neutral stance, we'll be making that judgment as we go. I don't think we have a preset course. It's not so mechanical as saying, we've derived with great confidence the neutral rate and that is our destination, because really we understand that no one actually knows what the neutral rate is.
Waiting for the spike up.
By its works. And that will be the way the economy reacts over time to, slightly looser policy.
Nick Timmeros, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, my question is about what have you learned
we'll see
about the inflation generating and price pass-through process. And just to drill down, the June CPI report showed evidence of tariff-induced goods inflation.
And with two contracts short,
landscape is
up 80, up 200,
taking these more recent deals. Given the lags between when tariffs are announced and when they show up in goods prices.
Beautiful chat.
Long enough horizon.
Love this volatility, man.
The impact and be confident that tariffs aren't impacting the broader inflation process.
I think you have to think of this as still quite early days. And so I think what we're seeing now is substantial amounts of tariff revenue being
made 358 with that market orders.
substantially higher
Beautiful.
than before.
Absolutely stunning.
And the evidence seems to be mostly not paid only to a small extent through exporters lowering their price, and companies or retailers, sort of people who are upstream, institutions that are upstream from the
That's a
consumer
lower high
are
on the
paying
NQ,
most of
lower
this
high.
for now. It's starting to show up in consumer prices, as you know, in the June report. We expect to see more of that. And we know from surveys that companies feel that they have every intention of putting this through to the consumer, but the truth is they may not be able to in many cases. So I think we're just going to have to watch and learn empirically how much of this and over what period of time. I think we've learned that the process will probably be slower than expected at the beginning, but we never expected it to be fast. We think we have a long way to go to really understand exactly how it will be. So that's how we're thinking of it right now.
So if I could follow up, is the reticence to look through core goods inflation being driven by the judgment that during the pandemic expectations proved more adaptive than anyone at the Fed expected? Is it being driven by uncertainty over how restrictive policy is?
You could argue we are a bit looking through
pow
by not raising rates. We haven't reacted to new inflation, but I mean I wouldn't insist upon that. But I don't think I think the base case, as I said, a reasonable base case is that these are one-time price effects. Of course, in the end, there will not be. This will not turn out to be inflation, because we'll make sure that it's not. We will, through our tools, make sure that this does not move from being a one-time price increase to serious inflation. We want to do that efficiently, though, and that means we want to do it. If you move too soon, you wind up maybe not getting inflation all the way fixed, and you have to come back. That's inefficient. If you move too late, you might do unnecessary damage to the labor market. So there won't be, in the end, a big inflationary problem. What we're trying to do is accomplish that in a way that is efficient. But in the end, there should be no doubt that we will do what we need to do to keep inflation under control. Ideally, we do it efficiently.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Television and Radio. The one big bill, leaving aside the adjectives, do you expect it to add stimulus to the economy in 2026? And would that be an argument for remaining on hold or cutting back on the number of rate cuts you would expect for next year?
So, of course, let me just ritual disclaimer that we don't express any judgments or anything like that on fiscal legislation or other legislation for that matter. But I would say when you think that, the biggest part of the bill was making permanent existing law on taxes, I don't think we see it as particularly stimulative. There should be some stimulative effect, but it shouldn't be significant over the next couple of years.
And to follow up, what do you, well, I don't want to put this in terms of you and the president, so let me ask it this way. Do you have concerns
too long.
about the
up 100, up 300
of keeping rates
little more bounce,
terms of
may want to flush lower
charges?
Yeah, no, that's
up 100, up 200, two contracts long.
That's maximum employment and price.
Very
stability.
volatile. You got to be safe.
It is
very high risk.
It's not something we do to
low higher bounce, low higher bounce, low higher bounce
to the government.
Downward pressure has downward pressure. Be careful.
We have to be able to look at the goal variables Congress has given us, use the tools they've given us to achieve.
Taking that beautiful, taking that
goals, and that's what we do. We don't consider the fiscal needs of the federal government. No advanced economy central bank does that, and it wouldn't be good for. If we did do that, it would be good neither for our credibility nor for the credibility of U.S. fiscal policy. So it's just not something we take into consideration.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. When it comes to the renovations of the Federal Reserve's headquarters that the administration has been looking into, do you see their interest in that issue as being directly tied to the president's push to get you to lower interest rates?
Might be an opportunity.
I will say we had a nice
low of days at
23,449.
Point below that.
It's not something that happens very often at the Federal Reserve to have the president.
NQ has not tapped the 200 SMA yet. It's getting above the NQ 30-minute VWAP. NQ 100 200 SMA is that purple line below. Has not tapped it yet.
Can you reconsider any aspects of the project?
So, you know, this project was hatched and conceived almost a decade ago now, and we went through the very long process of clearing it through historic preservation at the National Capital Planning Commission, and a lot of back and forth there. It was very constructive. We started out to do
Rejecting
the work, and we're very well along on that work, and I was quite pleased to have the president say multiple times that what he really wanted to see was us getting this construction completed as soon as possible. That is our focus. And
wicking down, wicking down, wicking down.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. What message do you take from the fact that inflation hit 2.1% last September and has bounced higher since? Why do you think financial conditions are restrictive and a neutral rate's below 4% when inflation has stopped falling for almost a year?
So inflation, when you talk about these 12-month inflation measures, you're always battling residual seasonality. So we'll have, for example, 2 months of high inflation sometimes early in the year, and then inflation turns lower, and a lot of that may just be an artifact. So that's why we look at the 12-month numbers. I think inflation is most of the way back to 2%. There are things like the catch-up inflation. So, for example, all the insurance costs that they're only now going through inflation, but they actually reflect inflationary pressures from
About to tap, thank you, 30 minutes, 20, 2-hour SMA.
In addition, now we have, you know, 3 or 4 tenths of inflation in core inflation from tariffs. So, and we can't really separate that out. We're not going to have a separate, you know, kind of inflation that isn't the tariffs. We're always going to be dealing with all of inflation. But the composition.
Safer bet is to be short in all this.
And you know, if you go back to the last couple of years, it was all about services inflation, which was being very sticky. Now services inflation is coming down nicely. Goods inflation was well behaved before, and now goods inflation is going up. So the story has really changed. That's partially because of tariffs. It's also partially because we had restrictive policy in place, and we've seen that the result of that gradually work its way through the services economy.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to ask is, are you comfortable that BLS can continue performing their mission effectively if they take an 8% reduction in headcount and authorized spending as the administration has proposed?
I'm not going to comment on the administration's proposal. I do think, as I've said, I think that we're getting the data that we need to do our jobs, and I think it's really important that good data helps not just the Fed, it helps the government, but it also helps the private sector.
The data, the data.
They use this data a lot too, so it's quite important for our economy and certainly for the Fed's work and other government agencies' work that we continue to get better at data. That's what we've been doing for 100 years. We've been getting better and better and better. It's very hard to accurately capture in real time the output of a $20+ trillion economy. And the United States has been a leader in that for 100 years, and we really need to continue that, in my view.
Edward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. How concerned are you with the data that we're coming in, showing no significant upward trend in inflation over the past 6 months, that the wait-and-see approach for inflation is actually giving companies cover to raise prices?
How concerned am I that say that again?
The wait-and-see approach is giving...
The wait-and-see approach, what do you mean by that?
For cutting rates. You're waiting to see if the tariffs will affect inflation. So it's a wait-and-see approach.
Well, so that, we're policy
getting
restricted.
volatile.
When we start cutting, it'll go toward neutral.
Okay. This delay, though, where you're saying there's a one-time price increase for tariffs, which possibly could lead into bigger inflation or more inflation. Is that giving companies cover, though, to raise prices?
Well, what may be giving...
Rejecting the 2-hour SMA on the Yankee 30-minute chart.
May be giving some companies will certainly be taking advantage of the fact of the tariffs and all of the discussion of how they're going to... companies will raise prices when and as they can. And you saw it famously in the first administration of President Trump during those tariffs.
Yeah, with 2 contracts long.
Washing machines were tariffed, but
up 100, up 200.
But dryers weren't. But what do you know?
Flushing the low, and with 4 contracts long.
Just like washing machines. So companies will often just
up
take
100,
go
up
across
200.
the street in a group, if you know what I mean. That'll happen. We don't see a lot of that. I mean, what we see now is basically the very beginnings of whatever the
down
effects
300,
turn
down
out to be
500,
on
down
goods
600,
inflation.
adding
And,
two
you know,
more
I'll
on 6
say again,
contracts.
they may be.
I wanna bounce
they may
on
be
this
less
pivot point.
than people estimate, or more than people estimate. They're not going to be zero. Consumers will pay some of this.
Bounce.
Businesses will
Up
pay some of
100.
this. Retailers will pay some of this.
Taking two out.
But you know, we're just going to have to see it through.
Breaking down
Just
even
to follow up,
lower.
If I could, some additional tariffs have been in place since February, and things, you know,
Very
really haven't
volatile, be
broken yet
careful.
with the economy. So how do you justify to somebody who's looking for a house, who's facing a 7% mortgage and maybe can't afford those rates? How do you justify that?
It's falling.
Well, so the housing is a special
Adding
case,
two.
right?
Adding two
we don't
more.
set-
If day contracts
we
long.
don't set mortgage rates at the Fed, right? We set an overnight rate, and
Be careful.
The rates that go into mortgages are longer term.
Be
rates,
careful.
Like Treasury rates. It might be 30-year rates. It might be shorter than that, but it's not the overnight Fed's rate. It's not
Get
that we
above
don't
that
have
pivot point.
any
Very
effect. We do have
volatile. Be
an
careful.
effect, but we're not the main effect.
Up 200, up 500.
There are other things going
more
on
bounce,
in
more
the
bounce, more bounce.
housing sector, and one of those is just there's a
Gotta
kind of
have
a
some
long-term
cojones.
housing shortage that we have. We haven't built enough housing. This is not something the Fed can help with, but
Taking two
that
out.
will be the case even after things normalize. So I think the best thing that we can do
Little more,
for
little more.
housing
Taking two more.
is to have 2%
Taking
inflation
two
and
more.
maximum employment.
Gonna trail two
And
up.
That's
Need to be quick.
that's what we can contribute to housing. There are lots
Right
of other
below that
jobs to
pivot point.
do for the private sector and Congress, but
we're
that's
stopped
what
out.
we're trying to get to.
It's
And
fine.
we've made a lot of progress toward that. We have a very good labor market right now. Inflation.
18, we
were
made
very
650
close to
in that
2%.
account.
We're seeing some goods inflation.
Not bad, not
move us
bad, not
away,
bad.
But so far, not very far away.
It's probably going to bounce here, but it's looking a little more bearish than I like.
Hi, Chair
I'm
Powell.
not
Thank you.
going to hold it.
Well, can you give us a little more about what
Trying
kind
to
of
trail two
economic
contracts
data
there.
does the Fed need to
Not
see
gonna mess around with
before you'll be ready to cut? I mean, do you need inflation back nearly to target? Are there other things in the pricing that you look for?
What's up,
Do you need to
Borg?
see weakening in the job market? What kind of things are you looking for?
I mean, ultimately, it could be any of those things, right? But you know, if you saw that the risks to the two goals were moving into balance, if they were fully in balance, that would imply that you should move toward a more neutral stance of policy. This is the special situation we're in, which is we have two-sided risk to both of our goals. When we paused, inflation was above target and the labor market was pretty good. So
lower.
You know, that was a time when policy was restrictive when we paused. And to be restrictive is to be supporting a return to our inflation target, right? So as the two targets get back into balance,
dipping down hard.
You would think you'd move in a
Very
way
hard.
closer to neutral, and that the next steps
And with
that
two
we take are
contracts
likely
long,
to be in that direction.
up 100, up
What will
200.
it take? You know, it'll just
We have that
take-
pivot
it will
point
be
below
the-
as well.
The totality of the evidence. As I mentioned, there's quite a lot of data coming in.
We're against trend right now.
Before the next meeting, will it be dispositive of that? You know, it's really hard to say.
Up
We don't
100, up
make those
200.
decisions right now, so we'll have to see.
Breaking down,
Well, I
and with
guess
two
just in
more,
terms
and with
of
four
inflation, though,
contracts.
for example, like will
Want to bounce.
some
And
people
with
would
two
point
more,
to if it
and
remains
six
only in
contracts.
goods and it doesn't
Volatility
bleed over to
stepped up.
services,
This could
then
drop
maybe
a lot
that's
more.
Evidence that the tariff effect is going to be a
1,000 away from
temporary
blowing.
one-time
This
thing.
could be the
Is
first
that
count
kind of
blown today.
thing affect your thinking, or do you just need to
Not
see the
anymore.
number
Going to
come
give this
down
room.
I think
closer to
Very
250?
volatile.
We'll look at everything. You know, it's.
Wait through that
as
pivot
I
point.
mentioned,
This
you know,
count's
a pretty
gone.
reasonable base case.
Gone.
is
First
that
count blown
this will be
today.
a one-time price increase.
More than made up for
And
it,
in
though.
the end, we'll make sure that that's the case. We're just trying to do that
Oh, it does.
efficiently.
And with two contracts long
And
again.
efficiently means getting the
Different
timing
count,
right. So
up
we don't-
200.
Again, if we cut rates too soon,
4.
maybe we didn't finish the job with inflation. History is dotted.
Needs to
with
reclaim this
examples of
pivot
that.
point.
If you cut too late, then maybe you're doing unnecessary damage to the labor market. So we're trying to get that timing right, and that's effectively what we're doing.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. Just a question on the
500.
dollar. We've seen it decline quite heavily this year. I was wondering if there's been any discussion about that at the meetings and to what degree that may be complicating your attempts to
Flushing
get
down.
inflation back to target. Thank
So
you.
this goes back to the division of labor between the Fed and the Treasury, as you I'm sure know, and you know the Treasury only speaks to the dollar. it's not something that's been
300.
a topic of
a lot of downward pressure. Be careful.
Major discussion at all.
Follow me.
Fed. I wouldn't say it doesn't come up. If the transcripts, when they come out in a few years, they'll probably reflect some mentions of the dollar, but it would never be a major focus.
And just to follow on, if I may, to Andrew's question, I think the amount of imputed data in CPI now is up to 35%. I mean,
we're going to trail
is
us
there any
up.
discussion of that as well? Is there any consideration of looking at alternative measures,
Give me a
data scraping
minute.
and so on, in order to just ensure you've got a good read on what's happening to prices in the U.S. economy? Thank you.
You know, we're monitoring the situation. We do, of course. I mean, as you know,
Bounce,
during the pandemic, we looked at a whole lot of new kinds of data. People are looking at big data sets that you can get from all sorts of places, and we do all of that. But
stop right below the pivot point. Going to trail it up if I can.
Is the gold standard in data, and we need it to
instantly
be,
stopped out.
You know, to be good and be able to rely on it. And
second early.
Substitute for that, but you know,
that's
we'll
annoying.
have to make do with what we have. But I certainly hope that we get what we need.
That's really annoying. It's fine. All right. We'll
Hi,
slow
Mr.
down
Chairman,
a
Joe
bit.
O'Brien, ABC News. President Trump has obviously invoked your name a lot. He has personally pressured you. Are you concerned the way that conduct might impact the Fed's independence going forward?
I'll just say that, so I think that having an independent central bank has been an institutional arrangement that has served the public well. And as long as it serves the public well, it should continue and be respected. If it didn't serve the public well, then it wouldn't be something that we should just automatically defend. But what it gives us, and other central banks, what it gives you is the ability to make these very challenging decisions that in ways that are focused on the data and the evolving outlook, the balance of risks, and all the things we talk about, and not political factors. And so governments all over the advanced economy world have chosen to put a little bit of distance between direct political control of those decisions and the decision makers. So if you were not to have that, there would be a great temptation, of course, to use interest rates to affect elections, for example. And that's something that we don't want to do. So I think that's pretty widely understood. Certainly it is in Congress. And I think it's very important. I'll just say that.
Maria Eloisa.
True, Dolphin.
Powell, Maria Luisa Capurro from Bloomberg News. You mentioned a slowdown in consumer spending, and I wanted to see if you could walk us through what was the discussion with the committee around that. We've seen delinquency rates rising for upper-income households. How do you see that evolving in the next few months, and how much of a vulnerability that is for the economy going forward?
Consumer spending had been very, very strong for the last couple of years, and had repeatedly, forecasters, not just us, had been forecasting it would slow down, and now maybe it finally has. So I would say, if you talk to credit card companies, for example, they will tell you that the consumer's in solid shape and that spending is at a healthy level. It's not growing rapidly, but it's at a healthy level. And delinquencies are not a problem. You mentioned high-end delinquencies. I don't know what to make of that. I read the same thing. But so generally, if you look at the banks, and when the banks talk about in their earnings calls, the performance of credit has been good. So essentially, you have a consumer that's in good shape and is spending, not at a rapid rate, but it's true. And it was, again, right in line with what we expected. The GDP data that we got this week. And I think it's still a little bit difficult to interpret because you have these massive swings in net exports, which may also be affecting, some of that can affect consumer spending as well. Look, it's one of the data points that we pay most careful attention to, and there's no question that it's slowed. And we're watching it closely, but we also watch the labor market and the performance of inflation. Those are our two.
It's power hour, chat. Power hour.
Maximize.
And just to follow up on what my colleagues were asking about this dissent, Governor Waller said that the labor market is on edge, and he was pointing to weaknesses on the private sector. I was wondering, you've said that the main number to look at is the unemployment number overall, but what was the discussion about the state of the private jobs market?
So I'm not going to talk about any individual's, any individual's comments. I wouldn't do that. But look, I think what we know is that private sector job creation, certainly in the last report we'll see on Friday, but had come down a bit. And if you take the QCEW adjustment seriously, it may be even lower, maybe close to zero. But the unemployment rate was still low. So what that's telling you is that demand for workers is slowing, but so is the supply. So it's in balance, oddly enough. You've got a very low unemployment rate, and it's kind of been there for a year as job creation has moved down. But also we know that, because of immigration policy, really, the flow into our labor force is just a great deal slower. And those two things have slowed more or less in tandem. If you look at things like I mentioned, quits, look at wages. Wages are gradually cooling. Look at vacancies to unemployment. Those things have been pretty stable they haven't really moved a lot in a full year. So I think if you take the totality of the labor market data, you've got a solid labor market. But I think you have to see that there are downside risks. You don't see weakening in the labor market, but I think you've got downside risks in a world where unemployment's being held down because both demand and supply are declining. I think it's worth paying close attention to it, and we are.
Nancy.
Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. One more question on the lack of unanimity in today's decision, the two dissents. Was there talk during the meeting? I know you're not going to talk about exactly what individuals said, but in general, was there talk during the meeting of cutting rates, and what was the case against that?
Yes, it is, Crypto.
Sure. So, we have an economic go-around where people talk about the economy, and then that's yesterday, and then today we have a monetary policy go-around all the way around the table. Everyone gives their views. So the discussion around policy was, the majority view was still what it has been, which is that inflation's running above target, maximum employment is right at target. That means policy should be a little bit restrictive, somewhat restrictive, because we want inflation to move all the way back to its target. So that's where people have been and still are. Two of our members felt that the time had come to cut, and that for the reasons that they're going to express. I won't tell you the reasons. They'll issue some kind of a thing in the next day or so. But that's the story, and I would say, well argued, very thoughtfully argued all around the table, good arguments, and it's a situation where, unusual situation. The economy is in good shape, but it's an unusual situation where you have risks to both your employment mandate and your inflation mandate. That's the nature of a supply shock. And it's probably not surprising that there would be differences and different perspectives on that, as well as different views of where the neutral rate is, so that different views of how tight policy is. So we have those. I will say what you hope is that people, explain their positions very thoughtfully and clearly, and we absolutely had that today, all the way around the table. I would call it one of the better meetings I can recall from that standpoint.
And you've said you're waiting to be confident inflation is heading toward your 2% target before you start cutting rates. When you do get that confidence, would you be in favor of lowering rates right away?
It's not quite the way I would put it. I said that's why we think policy should be restrictive, is because inflation is above target. When we have risks to both goals, one of them is farther away from goal than the other, and that's inflation. Maximum employment's at goal. So that means policy should be tight, because tight policy is what brings inflation down. If you came to the view that the risks to the two were more in balance, that would imply that policy shouldn't be restrictive. It should be more neutral, a neutral stance, and that would be somewhat lower than where we are now. No one knows exactly where that is. So that's the framework I think I'd be taking. And, we'll just have to see. We're going to be obviously looking at a lot of data in the next cycle. It is one of the cycles where we have 2 employment and 2 inflation reports, and we'll see where that takes us.
Jeff Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking the question. Jeff Cox from CNBC.com. A metric that you like to cite a lot is the final sales to private domestic purchasers. That was down to a 1.2% gain in second quarter from 1.9% in Q1, suggesting that there's some softening in underlying demand. I just wondering if you look at that, you combine that with some of the housing numbers, the weakness that you acknowledged at the top of your remarks that the housing market is in fact weak, and the inflation numbers from GDP today came down to 2.1% for headline, 2.5% for core. I'm wondering how much more movement you would need to see from these data points before you would be comfortable with cutting in, say, September.
It's going to be the total. Hard to answer that specifically. PDFP, I think, for the first half, private domestic final purchases, or final sales, as people call it, was 1.6 on the first half. GDP, I believe, was 1.2%. That's the whole half. You mentioned the quarters. So those are slower, but GDP is bumpy quarter to quarter, half to half, and often gets revised, after the fact. The labor market data we still think is, continue to think is the best data we have on the economy, and that shows a 4.1% unemployment rate. It shows wages, still at a healthy level, but moving ever closer to what we would regard as long-run sustainable, consistent with longer-run productivity and 2% inflation. So the labor market is actually still quite solid. Inflation is above target, even ignoring tariffs. It's a little bit above target, and tariffs. So we're watching all of that, and again, trying to do the right thing in what is a challenging situation, because you're being pulled in 2 directions, and you have to decide which of those to go in. And actually, at some point, if they're sort of equally at risk, then you really want to be at a neutral policy stance, which we're not right now.
So it'd be safe to say that if the data kind of stays in line with where it is right now, that you wouldn't be comfortable with cutting in September?
I'm not gonna say that. No, I just think we're going to need to see the data, and it can go in many different directions. The inflation data and the employment data, and we're going to make a judgment based on all of the data and based on that balance of risks analysis that I mentioned.
Thank you.
Greg, Rob.
How many more questions are we going to take? Come on, pal.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. The Treasury Secretary has said recently that it would be confusing for the markets if you stayed on as a governor after your term as chair ends. And I was wondering if you had any update for us on a decision on that front.
Sorry, I do not have any update for you. Thanks very much, everyone.
Let's go. All right, so out of today, we have 2 losing trades. One was by accident, one was market orders. I hit just in that volatility, I hit it when we were 600 profit. Market orders took us to negative 100 in that account. We gained it back. That's an account with 997 in it. And then we just blew 1 account on that. So 2 negative trades, or 4 now, maybe, whatever. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 accounts in the green. We're close to plus 6K up today. Not bad. Not bad, and only 1 blown account. It's not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Let's just recap some of this points from Jerome Powell. We have made no decision about the September meeting. We still think the labor market is the best economy data we have. GDP is bumpy quarter to quarter and is often revised. We get 2 unemployment and inflation reports before next meeting, and we'll see where that takes us. Inflation is further from our goal than employment, excuse me. Expects descent to be explained in the next day or so. In the discussion around policy, the major view was that inflation is above target, employment is at target, and policy should be somewhat restrictive. Senator writes Amazon over price hikes tied to tariffs. Interesting. Fed Pal also said totality of labor market data shows solid market, but you have the downside risk. The flow into the labor market force is a great deal slower, largely from immigration policy. Private sector job creation in the last report had come down a little bit. Traders priced in less than 50% chance of a September rate cut after Jerome Powell talked. Fed Pal GDP was right in line with what we expected, but still difficult to interpret because of net export swings. Credit card companies will say that consumer is in solid shape. Consumer spending has been very, very strong the last couple of years, and now maybe is finally slowed down. The Treasury only speaks to the dollar. The dollar has not been a major focus of discussion. A pretty reasonable base case is that this will be a one-time price increase. We're trying to get the right timing. The next steps we take are likely to be closer to neutral. Quite a lot of data coming in before our next meeting. We have risks of both of our goals. We have long-term housing shortage and haven't built enough. What we see now is the very beginning of tariff inflation. Some companies will take advantage of tariffs. The U.S. issues an Iran-related general license authorizing limited safety and environmental transaction of offloading cargo involving certain personal or vessels blocked on July 30th. Okay, Fed Pal, back to Fed Pal on this FOMC press conference. Services inflation coming down nicely, goods going up. Inflation is most likely most of the way back to 2%, and there's catch-up inflation reflecting past pressures. We can't separate out the tariff effect on inflation. Traders no longer fully priced in Fed rate cut in October. Fed Pal, we do not consider the cost of the government, calls to the government of our rate changes. Don't see fiscal bill as particularly stimulative. There may be some stimulative effect from the tax bill, but not a major one. You could say the Fed is looking through inflation, but not hiking. Tariff pass-through to prices may be slower than thought. I expect to see more tariff impacts in inflation data. We think we have a long way to go to know where the price of impact is starting to show up in some consumer prices. This is Powell on tariffs. It's starting to show up in some consumer prices. We'll have to watch and learn empirically about the process. We have to think of this as still quite early days in assessing the impacts of tariffs. I told you. My own estimate is modestly restrictive. There are a range of estimates. Traders pair bets on more than one Fed rate cut this year. Range of views, back to Powell, range of views of what is neutral. Rate is at the moment what we'll be making a judgment as we go. We know the neutral rate by its works. Can't point to June projection 6 weeks later. Economy calls for modestly restrictive stance for now. Jerome Powell dissent. What you want is clear explanation, and we had that today. People thought carefully about this and put their positions out there. Decline on labor market, labor supply and demand suggests down risk. Break-even number for job creation has come down. The main number you have to look at is unemployment rate. The downside to the labor market are certain apparent. You don't see a weakening labor market, blah, 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 blah. The Trump order on Brazil tariffs includes a long list of exemptions. I'm looking at the red news now. Fed Powell uncertainty more or less even since last meeting. A reasonable base case in short is a short-lived tariff inflation impact. Tariffs have exerted pressure on some goods, but wider impact uncertainty. I expect PCE up 2.5% and core up 2.7% in the 12 months through June. All right. Not bad. We are in power hour, 30 minutes until the 350 algorithm, but I am completely satisfied where we're at right now. That was beautiful. Should I say it a couple more times? Beautiful volatility, beautiful execution, beautiful trading. I love high volatility. Absolutely love it. That was a wick down of, what is that, 50, 100, boom. What is that, 230 points? Something like that. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. Nvidia is now 2% up again. It went up a little bit, then fell down. Tesla is down 1.7%. If you're brand new here, if you're gaining value, learn what to do, what not to do. If you love this transparent, real, raw trading, live trading, not just posting videos, not just posting shorts, smash that like button. Smash that like button. Follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I'm live every single day at 9:30 a.m. EST, trading the market. We have a news-filled docket tomorrow and Friday. We'll go over that before we end. And we may have another couple trades, but I'm pretty satisfied. Pretty satisfied. Did want to answer this guy's question a while back. Institutional psychology. That was a beautiful hour of trading the markets. Breathe. Very true, institutional. That's why I just took a breath and stopped. I was getting in over traded territory, and anything beyond what I did would have been greed. Could have just held that short. Excuse me. Could have just held that short from the top. We literally top ticked the top. We shorted this top right here. When FOMC ripped it up, we shorted right here with 4 contracts or 2 contracts. And we only scalped 500. And we top ticked it. Could have took that all the way down. Hey, no missed opportunities, only the next one. Market almost tapped that 50% fib retracement. NQ pulling back now. Appreciate Adrius, appreciate Gapper. Unbelievable. Right as I'm about to mark it out, my power dies. Oh my. What is up with this technical stuff? My internet's flashing out multiple days in a row. Gappers, power's crashing. What is going on with this power grid? Wow, bring her down. Who's ready for bout? Trend line. Appreciate Gapper. Appreciate Miguel. Appreciate you guys. I want to answer this guy's question. Hold on. Chaos. If you're still here, first loss day of this week, but I did what I had to do, and the loss is small. Shouldn't I have traded today? This is why you guys have to record your trading. Have to record your trading. So on days you lose, you could have not ate. You may not have the energy. You also could have lack of sleep. You may not be working out. You might be eating like crap. Getting bad sleep. There's a lot of factors that go into it, and you need a clear mind, very good mentality going into the market. And if you're new, you really should be recording your trading. So in a couple hours, when you're still flustered, you don't want to review that. You don't want to review the day recording of you trading. You want to let 2 hours, 3 hours until you're emotionally just distant from it. Then introspect, review your trading. See what you did wrong, see what you did right. Introspect, review. Bro, you're wild trying to take the longs here. Appreciate you, AV. Appreciate you. Shorts have been clean for me. You really do like the volatility plays? Yes, I do. Amy, expensive, good afternoon. Hopefully you're all right, Amy. Hopefully you're all right. Wish you the best. Badash, what's up? What's up? High roller, long or short? I was doing both. I was all over that chart. What are you trading? NASDAQ future indices. Future indices of the NASDAQ. Going back up. Who knows, Norman? Love this channel. Appreciate it, Charles. Top hat. Do you use Bollinger? Awesome trade. No, I do not. No, I do not. I know what you're talking about, though. What's up, my G? What's up, Ellie? Low. Appreciate it, Miguel. This could be a double bottom for the ES. It could bounce here. Higher low on the NQ. Bouncing off that pivot point, 23,391. Pivot point to the upside, and previous market low, pivot point at 23,446. 777. 23,485 is the VWAP for the NQ 30 minute. 45. Put it right below. Oh, 85. It's up here. Okay. 200 SMA is right there as well. All right, chat. Okay, chat. We're 4 subscribers away from 5,800. Insane, chat. Appreciate all of you. Glad you guys are getting value. Glad you guys are learning what to do, what not to do. Appreciate you guys. Again, we're only 5% of the quality I want in the videos, shorts, live stream trading, etc. We are literally at the peak of the mountain. We still have all the below. All the below. What time frame of the chart? The chart I execute on is NQ 2-minute. I NQ 5-minute chart to the right, NQ 30-minute chart to the left, ES 1-minute to the left. Appreciate it, Charles. Gapper, are you right? Are you right? Should be fine. Your power dies, but it's pretty much back down to the lows. I know you were in short. Hopefully everything's all right. Bollinger line wide could keep slipping. Yeah. Guys, it did reject. So if you guys don't remember, if you guys weren't here for the beginning of the stream, at the beginning of the stream back here, right here, when market started, I was targeting this trend line, this key trend line range. The trend line up top got rejected. It fell below the bottom support trend line, turning it into resistance. I was targeting and tapping that. We were all over this. We were all over this. And we were targeting this trend line all day. It hit it, and then it spiked down. Should have held, should have did 2 counts there. Should have did 1 just scalp and 1 5 contracts with a stop up top. Problem is, it happened during FOMC, and I do not, oh, you guys weren't even seeing this. Back here, back here. Back here during market start, we were targeting this trend line. This trend line, this key range. It rejected this trend line up here, this purple line, and then it fell below this in pre-market today. In market open, we were targeting it. We shorted here, shorted here. We only scalped 500 here. That was kind of a mistake. I should have answered 2 accounts there, 1 quick scalp, and then 1 account should have sat 5 contracts with a stop. Little mistake. This trend line we were targeting all day. This is what it is. No missed opportunity, only the next one. Constant opportunities to come. Is what it is. $2,338 for me. Good job, top. Appreciate the file. Monk, Stace, Jay, Julian. Appreciate you guys. Insane, chat. Very good day. Very good day. See, guys, see? You gotta persevere through resistance. You have to persevere through resistance. If I ended stream when my internet kicked the streams offline, we would not have just made the majority of our money trading during that volatility, during that FOMC. That is why you gotta persevere through resistance. I could have easily, most people would have easily just said, oh, my internet's out. Let me go take a break. Let me go swim in the pool. Nope. Persevere through resistance, chat. Gotta persevere. A lot of people thought this was going down. A lot of people. All right, chat, vote on the poll, vote on the poll, vote on the poll. We are 20 minutes away from the 350 algorithm. Now what for gold? Oof. The Russia-Ukrainian conflict is ramping up. The Israel-Gaza situation has not been settled. So gold and silver could keep edging up until them issues are resolved. In times of war and uncertainty and conflicts, gold and silver tick up. Commodities usually come down. But in this case, silver and gold are just sitting as the commodities come up, as NQ comes up, S&P 500, etc., etc. Vote in the poll, vote in the poll, vote in the poll before we end. Vote in the poll, vote in the poll, vote in the poll. Little bounce away from 23,338. Yes, we are. That is a higher low in the NQ. Vote in the poll. Are you profitable, negative, or trading? Profitable, negative, or trading? Good thing I don't have a pool. True, Star. True. Hey, I wish you all the best, man. Powell manipulating the power as well. Yeah, Powell is Powell. Oh no, it is Powell. Powell is politically motivated. He cut rates when Biden was getting close to election, and he's not cutting rates now. Low politically motivation. 20 minutes till what? For what? For gold and silver? Shadow. 20 minutes till the 350 algorithm. At 3:50 p.m. EST, the 350 algorithm. A lot of institutionals wait to buy to the last 10 minutes, last hour market. And the 350 algorithm usually spikes up 30, 50 points. Could start a grind up, could start a grind down, or spikes down 30, 50 points. And sometimes it does absolutely nothing. Don't know. I haven't decided if we're going to stay for it or not. I'm pretty satisfied, chat. I'm pretty satisfied. Glad you made profit on the dip. Level 2 for you. I don't know what you mean, Top Hat. Level 2 what? Fund it? Are you talking about fund it and TBT? Are you talking about live account trading? What are you talking about? Or are you talking about something completely different? Also, if you guys are finding value, just really messing with the channel, really raw, transparent trading. If you want access to emojis, behind the scenes content, etc., click the link below. Join the insiders. Join the YouTube memberships. Become an insider. Get access to behind the scenes and actually inflict change that you want to see in the channel. What emojis you want, etc. Gold is $10 a contract and silver is $25 a contract. Shadow, I cannot give you financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. This is entertainment, educational purpose only. A lot of people in my chat, like 36 people, have told me I should trade gold. I don't know. I've never traded gold, never traded silver. I've only bought physical silver. It shows gaps from other trades. Okay. Nah, that need filling. Oh, level 2 on the book map. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, you gotta specify, man. I had no idea what you're talking about. I don't use level 2 on the book map. I do have I do have book map. Link is below. I did use it before I started streaming. For some reason, I just simplified and don't need it anymore. I can kind of tell where liquidity is, where it's not, where the key support resistance is. Kind of don't need it anymore. If I do need it, I do have it and we'll pull it up. Not for me, for you. I want to see you trade it. You're the 37th person, Shadow. You're the 37th person. Appreciate you guys. Make sure you guys finalize your votes in the poll. Finalize your votes in the poll. Are you profitable, negative, or learning? Profitable, negative, or learning, chat. Keep what works for you. Exactly, Top Hat. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Alex. I love it, Richard. Way better. Appreciate you guys. It'll hit that green line, the 21 EMA. Perhaps. Chat. The news on tomorrow's docket. 7:30 a.m. EST U.S. Challenger layoffs. At 8:30 a.m. EST on the docket, FinancialJuice, link is below. This is the news platform I use, the news docket, real-time news, etc. 8:30 a.m. U.S. Core PCE price index year over year, month over month. U.S. consumer spending all at 8:30 a.m. EST. U.S. initial jobless claims, PCE price index year over year, index month over month. Continued jobless claims, unemployment costs, personal income month over month, real personal consumption month over month. At 9:45 a.m. EST, U.S. Chicago PMI. 15 minutes into market open, the 15-minute range as well. At 10:30 a.m. EIA natural gas change, not really that big a deal. May affect market, may not. 11:30 a.m. EST, U.S. 4-week bill. And then at 4 p.m. after market closes, Amazon Q2 and Apple Q3 earnings. And earning calls to follow at 5 p.m. And then Friday is action-packed as well. Should be a good, solid week of trading. Very satisfied with today. Very satisfied with today. Very good execution, very good win rate. Some trades didn't trail, some did, but I'm very satisfied. One blown account, rest green. Very solid. Let's look at where you guys are sitting for today. Finalize your votes, finalize your votes. We're taking a look right now. Only 4 votes on the regular YouTube stream. Things are dying down. People are going back to the lives. 75% are profitable, 25% are learning. On the YouTube short stream, 14 votes, 43% are profitable, 29% are negative, 29% are learning. Most people dipped the heck out of here at the FOMC. Appreciate you guys. Persevere through resistance, chat. Don't fear of the unknown. Don't fear of missing out. Persevere through resistance. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. I will see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 trading the market. See you there. Peace. Stunner, my boy, if you're still here, I'm planning to turn 10K into 100K within a year or so. Good luck, Stunner. Wish you all the best, man. See you tomorrow. Appreciate you.